Welcome to the February 18th, 2020 Board of Commissioner meetings. Please silence your cell phone, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. Agendas are located at the back of the chambers on the bookshelves. Today, if you'd like to speak on any item on the agenda today, please fill out a speaker request form and hand them to Ms. Holly at the left of our dais here. First, we'll have a moment of silent reflection and then Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Mark DeSanto.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First, we'll have a review and approval of the agenda. A motion, please.
So moved.
Moved by Drews,
Second.
second by DeSanto. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. Next, we'll have the Board of Commissioners use the consent agenda. If Ms. Holly would come up and read that for us.
Good morning, Commissioners. Holly Hennies, Commission Office Manager. For public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses the consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and a vote of the Board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items. Approval of the minutes from the regular meeting of February 4th, 2020. Number 6 is approval of the permit to occupy the right-of-way and the request for road closure / traffic control for the 2020 Deadwood Mickelson Trail Marathon. Number 7 is to acknowledge the notice of intent to conduct a raffle submitted by Team Ellsworth Spouses Club. And number 8 is to recognize and thank the volunteers for the month of January 2020 for Human Resources and Fire Administration.
Thank you, Ms.
And at this time, Commissioners, I'd like to ask you to pull number 5, please.
Thank you. At this time, are there any members of the public who wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? If not, any commissioners that would like to remove anything from the consent agenda today?
Madam Chair, number 8.
Number 8. So, Ross Connect. Can we have a
Madam
motion?
Chair, I'd make a motion to approve 6 and 7.
A motion by Drews,
Second.
second by LaCroix to approve items 6 and 7, and we will remove number 5 for Holly and number 8 for Ron Ross Connect. All in favor of number 6 and 7 approval, say aye.
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 All
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Item 5, Ms. Holly.
Commissioners, if you would look at your minutes on page 3 under items from the Highway Department, we need to make some corrections on items B and C. I can certainly go through those details with you if you wish. We did catch them in time and they will be published properly in the papers tomorrow. So just wanted to let you know that we had some corrections in those 2 sections.
Could you tell us what those corrections are, Ms. Holly?
I certainly can. Under item B, which is the annual supplies and materials, AS 2020-02, which would be asphalt concrete composite, was missing from the list in the motion. So we got that one corrected and added in. And then item C is the 2020 annual construction projects. And we had 2 of them that were kind of added together and 1 missing. So we corrected AST 2020 asphalt surface treatment and ASC 2020 asphalt surface crack sealing. And then 1 bridge was omitted on Nemo Road, which was 324-266.
Thank you, Ms. Holly. Do we have a motion for number 5?
Make a motion that we approve number 5 as amended. Is that correct?
Correct.
There been motion by Commissioner Drews on number 5,
Second with a question.
second with DeSanto. Discussion, please. Commissioner DeSanto.
Holly, were any values changed because of those?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not, sir.
Any
Very good.
other discussion? All in favor of number 5, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item 8, Commissioner Roskinek.
Madam Chair, I just want to thank all the volunteers for January, but in particularly Sean, Gab, who is the operator of our new Pennington County Search and Rescue Vehicle. A few weeks ago when we were on Sheridan Lake, and it's an amazing vehicle, but it's only as good as the drivers. And he did an outstanding job, and I just want to thank him today for doing that, and all the volunteers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there anyone else for discussion? If not, a motion, please.
Move for approval.
Moved by LaCroy,
Second.
second by Drews on number 8. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next, we're on regular agenda items, 9 through 15. Again, if anybody would like to speak on any of these items, please fill out a speaker request form. Go ahead, Miss Holly. Number
All right,
9.
Commissioners, item 9 that you have in front of you this morning is the county liaison appointment to the Rapid City Area Air Quality Board. We had 2 applicants for the one position, and both of the individuals are here today in the event that the board has any questions for either of them. The recommendation in front of you today is to appoint Mr. Chris Orr for a term of 3 years to the Air Quality Board.
Okay. Any questions or discussion or motion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Drews.
I understand you had 2 very qualified candidates that applied for this. Appreciate the applications from both of them.
Thank you. And I agree, we had 2 qualified. Me and Holly interviewed 2 people for this position, both very qualified, and Mr. Orr ended up being the person that we had picked, but it was a very hard decision. You guys were both amazing, but we thank you both for applying. Do we have a motion?
I'd make the motion to appoint Mr. Chris Orr.
Motion by Drews for Chris Orr,
Second.
second by DeSanto. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 10.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
A couple things in regard to this. This has to do with the fact that we had given our approval to the proposed Crazy Horse Scenic Byway month or 6 weeks ago, whenever they came in. And we've been in discussion with them. In fact, the chair and I met with David Kelly of the Ogallala tribe and Tanya from KLJ, the engineer for them, yesterday. And I think what we need to do is we're still trying to work out some details with the state in regard to whether or not we have any, as a county, have any obligations relative to this. We don't believe that we do, but we want to have an agreement prepared by the state that would state that we do not have that. So my first suggestion is that we rescind our previous motion, and this may come back very similar to the style that it was in, but we certainly are going to want to make some adjustments to that in the future. So that's my recommendation, is that we first rescind, and then my second recommendation is that we continue this subject matter until our March 17th meeting.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to rescind?
Motion to rescind.
By Ross Connect. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by DeSanto. I'm sorry. Any discussion?
One question.
Yes, sir.
It seems to me, Joe probably be able to answer this, but as far as our cost sharing or our cost of maintenance and turnouts, aren't we already doing that? Or would additional turnouts be required?
Mark,
So
put your
on-
mic by your, thank you, sir.
So Joe Miller with Pennington County Highway Superintendent. On this specific byway, the portion of it is already the Peter Norbeck, which is a federal designation, so we don't pay for any of the signage on that. This would be a short portion of this would overlay that Peter Norbeck, and there would be additional signage that would be needed to sign this, the Crazy Horse Memorial Highway. And then, so that's what we met with Commissioner Hadcock and Commissioner Drews yesterday, along with KLJ and
David Kelly.
David Kelly. And there was just some question, the state rules, state that the county is responsible for a portion of it. KLJ is telling us something different as well as the tribe. So, to answer your question, I guess, long story short, no, we don't currently do any of the signage on this because it is on a state highway.
Okay. But as far as the turnouts are concerned, that's where you'd pull off to read the signs, right? The interpretive sign?
So on a state highway, we don't pay for
No
any of
main-
that stuff.
okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I think another item that we have to address on this is to ensure that property rights aren't affected due any limitation to future land use because of the scenic highway.
Thank you. I also am having Brittany look into this and the Peter Norbeck, just to see if there's any, because it is federal, seeing if it affects any of that ability of state or federal to take property rights or anything that might be affected on this agreement, and making sure we have it covered in this agreement that we have. Bottom line is on this agreement, we had asked them to make sure they said anything that the state or federal that would cost the county money, that they would state in that instead of their willingness. We wanted it to put that they will instead of their willingness to
Gotcha.
cover those costs because of this scenic byway. So
good.
that was the main issue there. And then to look in again to see if there's any other differences, which the planning department is looking at for property rights and some other stuff that we might have missed.
Yeah, I think that would be my biggest concern,
Right.
whether or not we can put up a billboard or a private property owner can put up a billboard, and yeah, whether or not they can develop in the future.
Right.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Well, I appreciate the work that you and Mr. Drews have done on this to get some clarification, because I think, when they first come forward, I believe that was probably one of the first times I've ever seen the tribes coming to us and asking for something and wanting some support, and I believe that's very important. I think there's a lot of details that we need to work out, and we probably should have continued and add some more information, but I'm in support as long as there, the discussions with Mr. Kelly is okay and KLG has been done prior to this. I'm in support of that. When I first seen it, I didn't know what was in the works, so I had no information to go off of to make my decision today, but after hearing what some of the testimony, I think it's probably prudent that we take some time, come up with a good plan.
And I apologize, we had the meeting yesterday, Commissioner LaCroix, in the afternoon, so usually if we have it ahead of time, we can put that information for you, but we do apologize for not putting that in there right away, but we figured we were explaining our position today. We do have a motion by Roskinek, second by DeSanto. All in favor say aye to rescind.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. And then we do have, when they're coming back, is March 17th, if we could have a continuance till
I would make that motion to continue that agenda item until March 17th.
Second?
motion by Drews, second by LaCroix.
No.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
Mr. Kelly did indicate that he would go back to the tribe with our concerns and try to come back with a better understanding of what they're anticipating from us also. So.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Number 11 is Whistling Pines request for maintenance. Joe, could you give us some background?
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller with Pennington County Highway again. All right, so this request comes to you from Michelle, I don't recall what her name was,
And Volodson?
in Voldson, I think, I don't know. to add Whispering Pines Drive to the county highway system. So went did some research on this last week and yesterday. So the Whispering Pines subdivision itself, which is this portion here, was platted and constructed sometime, 1997 or after. The plat itself is in 1997. The remainder of these roads, so Alberta Drive, Opekalook, Dunsmore, Croyle, Pinewood Drive, all of the rest of these were all platted and constructed between 1970 and 1980. Whispering it, so it wasn't developed until 23 years after the rest of that area was developed. So that would explain why it's not on the county highway system. And in your packet, there should have been when the county, or maybe they weren't in your packet, but as far as the meeting minutes, when all the rest of these were kind of piecemealed and put onto the system in the 70s and 80s. So the asphalt, we did go out and core this. Our engineering group did. It was asphalt of 3 inches over 5 inches of gravel. And then, so it appears that the city approved the design of the 3 inches over the 5 inches of existing asphalt. Let's see here. So our engineering group concluded that it would need an overlay in the near future. It doesn't appear that it has had any maintenance in the 23 years since it has been put down. Would need a chip seal and a crack seal very soon, this year possibly. The cost of that would probably be about $10,000. We haven't got our bids back for this year yet, so we don't know the price, but that was based on last year's. And then just some facts here. The unorganized road levy that these guys pay currently is $1 per thousand or $109 per 100,000. And just to put that in perspective, I live in a road district out Murphy's Ranch, and we pay about $600 a year, so far less money than a road district would bring in. The ADT is 43 cars. We had our traffic sign manager do that, and then currently we have 151 road districts with 127 miles of road. This Whispering Pines Drive is 1,150 feet by 20 feet wide.
So, Joe, how many, on the unorganized roads like this, how many do we have in Pennington County, or how much road do we have in Pennington County that's unorganized? That if this was a priority, would it set a precedent? And maybe listening to Commissioner Ross Connect and you with the discussion, maybe we need to look at what those priorities should be and how we change that. Basically, I don't know if it's an ordinance or a priority, change it so it actually is more, I don't know, complete is a good word. Because what we're doing is we're picking and choosing then which one we think as a commission today is a priority, and next week there might be a bunch of organized ones that come in and say, if you're gonna do that, then we wanna do, why should we be in an organized taxing district, so.
So we didn't find an exact number, but as Mark recalls, Heine looked up this number several years ago, and it was over 1,000 miles of unorganized road within Pennington County. I think the bigger issue here, there's currently, if you look, there's 5 road districts. There's 1, 2, 3. These are 2 separate ones, I believe, and then there's a 5th one over here, Stirrup Court. So with 151 of those road districts, especially with, keep in mind what we just told the people of Pennington Street and in no man's land, was to go create a road district. So with that being said, we just want the highway department would like to stay consistent.
Okay. So how many people are on this street?
There are 12 lots, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Ross Connect.
this was brought to my attention probably back in September. And the original request was just they wanted the road plowed because they'd see our county snow plows going down the streets that parallel or run perpendicular to the east and west. And so they just said, why aren't we getting county service? Because they paid county taxes. And so I did meet with the highway department, and I said, why don't we just put this in our system? Originally, it was just, let's just plow the road because we're plowing it on both sides anyhow. And when we plow it, we're probably creating some windrows. I've seen pictures where they can't even get off of their road onto the county road because of our plowing. So common sense tells me that every one of these are a little bit different. Everyone's unique. This one here, based on its proximity to the Rapid City, and it's bordered. If it was in a road district, I could understand that, but this one's unique in the sense that it's not. Common sense tells me that, we could put it on our system. And we wouldn't have to spend any money right away, but if we do a chip and seal, that'll extend the life of that for 5 years, and chip seal is about 35 cents a square foot.
Thank you, Ron. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Joe, help me understand, so, all the pink are the road districts, so they're collecting money, correct, to update their,
Which ones are the pink,
all,
sir?
all in pink.
The hash marks? Sorry, I'm colorblind. I don't know which.
It says road districts, roads, the pink ones? These ones here. Yep, so those are collected and so forth. So Whispering Pines Road is what now? You said something
Currently,
about $1 something.
Currently, it's an unorganized, they pay the lots on Whispering Pines Road, pay unorganized road tax, which is $109 per 100,000.
Okay. And what happens with that money?
So that comes to the highway department.
Okay.
It comes to the county, and then it comes to the highway department. Generally speaking, there's several, like I said earlier, there's several roads in the county that pay that, and several properties that pay that unorganized road tax. That unorganized road tax is simply for Sheridan Lake Road, Nemo Road, all the rest of these guys pay they use Alberta Drive and I don't know how to say that, but Okeepikaluk, they use county roads to get to and from town. So that's what the unorganized road tax goes to.
Okay, I just wanted to get some clarifications since there's so many road districts in this area to help the residents know what that money goes towards. But I tend to agree with Mr. Rosknecht. I'm not in support of redoing the roads for them and that type of thing. But when it comes to snow removal, I'm kind of in that mode where you're doing everything around you. It does help to get one swipe through there, whether it's not every time, but those are just my thoughts, but I just wanted to get some clarification. I appreciate that.
And we have to keep in mind that there is state statute that tells us that we're not to spend county highway funds on roads that are not on county highway.
Yeah.
So our snow policy does allow for in emergencies, we can go plow roads in an emergency with direction from the commission.
So just to follow up, so one of the biggest complaints, and I can understand that frustration, if you're plowing on both sides and you're leaving those mounds up, that's just like a driveway for 24 residents. I would think we would have the responsibility to at least clear
Correct,
that.
and we've since Rosknecht got the original email, we've directed our operator to try and alleviate that.
Okay.
Because there are ways with plowing technique to alleviate some of that. You're not going to get rid of all of it, so there is ways to alleviate it.
Okay, I just want to double check because I know my driveway, they do the same thing. People get upset. You plow your driveway and then they come along.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
Joe, question for you. So if they created a road district on that Whispering Pines, they would no longer pay the unorganized tax.
Correct.
Obviously, they would be paying a road district tax at that point in time. That road district tax, is that all then dedicated for the purpose of that road?
Correct. Yes. It's much like that county highway funds or for funds or for roads only on the county highway. That road district fund per se would be only for Whispering Pines Drive.
Okay.
So, and like I said earlier, I looked at my tax statement and we pay $309 per,
100,000.
well, it's per year, I guess, or per half a year, so $618 per year. And we're in a decent neighborhood, much like Whispering Pines, so they can set that levy as high or as low as they want.
Okay, they establish it themselves.
Correct.
Okay.
Nice. Commissioner DeSanto.
Gary just said exactly what I was going to say. So in my opinion, I would recommend that they establish their own road district and take care of that themselves.
Do we have a motion?
I would make a motion to deny.
Motion to deny by DeSanto. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Drews. Discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinet.
what's the difference between this and Jim Street that we put into the system?
Jim Street is, it was something that was a dead end originally, that the city forced the developer to put a second egress out. And the difference, I think the biggest difference is there's 3 residents on Jim Street. And to create a road district, you have to have a president and a treasurer and whatnot. I don't know that they could set the levy to where they could maintain that road. They very well could, and they could have formed a road district.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner DeSanto.
One other note on that, Ron. They, once that second egress was established, that road became more of a thoroughfare, and it was getting destroyed because of the number of vehicles that was, normally there were 3 vehicles, 3 homes that were using that road, and then all of a sudden there's 60 a day going back and forth. A lot of it was heavier truck traffic for delivery trucks and stuff like that, because it was easier for them to skirt down Pioneer, take a ride on Jim to get over to those restaurant and the Common Sense and the other businesses over there. And so that's the reason, was because basically the decision by the city made it so that their road was getting torn up. People were actually driving up into their lawns to miss potholes and stuff like that. So that's a pretty significant difference, I would have to say. And it's quite a lot shorter.
Mr. Roskinet, do you have a follow-up?
Well, I would say that in the future, when folks ask this, if we deny this, that we don't forget that we denied it today, and we use this for precedence from everything we do from now on, so we don't have to have these long discussions.
Thank you, Commissioner Roskinek. I think the best thing we do is have you meet with Joe and our staff in the planning and see if we can find some solution in where we go from here for priority. So we do have a motion to deny by DeSanto, second by Drews. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
4 ayes and 1 no from Commissioner Roskinek. Thank you for the discussion. Item 12 is public hearing renewal of liquor license with Sunday Sales, Horse Creek in Motion.
Move to approve.
Moved by DeSanto,
Second.
second by Drews. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. Item B, Ms. Cindy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. We have before you some supplements. We have 20-002, which is a general fund Health and Human Services budget supplement in the amount of $1,340.09. And that's from unassigned fund balance. So that's what was left over in that budget last year.
9:50. That's 9:50.
I would move for approval.
Hit A, now we're doing B. No. That was the motion.
Yes. Wow.
Second.
Sorry. Mo- Motion by LaCroy, second by DeSanto. Any questions on item B?
One comment that these come from charitable donations to the county to do some work that couldn't be done without it.
You're funny.
Well, one comment.
Thank you, Lloyd. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, motion carries. Item 2 on under B,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner DeSanto.
is it appropriate that we could back up one just to, for a bit of discussion, not to change the motion, but to kind of make an explanation?
Go ahead.
I had a constituent call me and ask me why we constantly just approve the renewal of liquor licenses.
Oh, you
And so
mean
I'd like
item
to make it clear that
12A.
we have, the sheriff's department does basically a review of whether or not these establishments have not followed protocol when it comes to their licensing. And that's in our packet here, letting us know that these establishments have followed the rules and done what they're supposed to do as far as their liquor license is concerned. So we know in advance by studying our packets that these establishments that we approve have followed the rules and the protocol, and there's no reason to deny their, the renewal of their license. So we're not just blanket giving
it's okay.
liquor license renewals out. We do a little study and understand that they're deserving of a renewal. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
No problem. Item 2 on 12B.
Okay, this is supplement 20-003, and it's a general fund budget supplement to the John T. Vukurovich budget in the amount of $112,000.
Move for approval.
Moved by LaCroy,
Second.
second by Ross Connect. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Then the second motion on this is for move to approve budget supplement SP 20-004 to the general fund sheriff's office budget in the amount of $126,507.70 from unassigned fund balance. Do you have a motion? On number 3.
I'd move for approval with comment.
Moved by LaCroy,
Second.
second by Drews. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to clarify that this is for hailstorm damaged vehicle replacement of the sheriff's department, correct? So just to give a little detail.
So bottom line is on that trade, or for that amount, it was made through, to pay for this, through the damage of hail on another vehicle.
Yep.
Through insurance proceeds is where this money is coming from, yes.
Yeah, what you said. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Item 4, Miss Cindy.
This one is supplement 20005, General Fund Health and Human Services Community Development Block Grant Budget. And this is for $19,850.80.
Motion,
Move for approval.
moved by LaCroy,
Second.
second by Drews. Do we have discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
I just want to state this community block grant money with the Health and Human Services uses to help pay for rents and to get people into for housing.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, motion carries. Item 5, please.
SB 20-006 is a general fund search and rescue budget supplement in the amount of $3,878.71 from unassigned fund balance. And I believe this comes also from some reimbursement on a damaged vehicle.
Okay. Do you have a motion?
Move approval.
Moved by Drews,
Second.
second by LaCroy. Any other discussion?
Just a comment on Madam Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
As Cindy said, this is recovering money from damage from a vehicle. Just for some people that may be watching, it was the sheriff's department helped with the tribe with an incident that happened, and then the vehicle had some, I shouldn't say sheriff, search and rescue. had some vehicle damage, and this is part of that to fix the vehicle. That's it. Sorry.
No, you're okay. We do have a motion by Drew, second by LaCroy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Item 13, thank you, Miss Cindy.
Good morning, Shannon Rittberger, Director of Equalization. You have two abatement requests in front of you. These are very simple, two trailer houses that aren't here anymore. One of them moved with a moving permit, one of them moved without a moving permit, but the sheriff's office said the taxes for a previous year were uncollectible and that situation hasn't changed. The abatement is to remove the value of these mobile homes from the tax roll.
Move to approve both abatements.
Second.
Move to approve item A, 1 and 2 by DeSanto, second by Roskinick. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Item 14.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. We're missing He left the building. We're on 14A, Joe.
Ran away.
What's your name?
Joe Miller with Pennington County Highway. Okay, first thing up here is the an agreement with the U.S. Forest Service for livestock maintenance, and we're actually so this agreement allows us to work on livestock that are on Forest Service roads that we maintain that are on the county highway system. We're removing 2 cattle guards on Deerfield Road, and then also removing 2 on Palmer Creek Road. And then we're very much in favor of getting rid of any cattle guard that we can, because they create a liability on the county highway roads, just in their nature. And then the limiting amount on this agreement is $7,500. That's so the Forest Service can pay us to do the maintenance.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion or
Move
discussion?
to approve.
Moved by Roskinick,
Second.
second by LaCroy. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair? Can I just ask Joe one question?
Yep.
Joe, on the back of this 14A, there's a breakdown on cost,
Let me grab, let me get to that here.
and I'm just trying to figure out how they got to, when you find that, I'll let you know what my question is. So, under overhead cost, on the last page, I'm just trying to figure out how they got to this number here. It says subtotal 209,618.
You're on a different one. You're on the next one.
Right.
We're not there yet. That's why.
Yep. We're on 14A.
Yes,
Yeah, 14A. Livestock guards for Forest
livestock
Service.
guards.
They were stuck together, sorry.
That's all. Had me confused there.
Okay,
I'll wait until the next one.
thank you, Commissioner. We do have a motion by Roskinick, second by LaCroy. All in favor, say aye on item
Aye.
14A. All opposed, motion carries. Item 14B.
Okay, 14B, this is an agreement to hire Ferber Engineering to do the testing and public relations on the Sheridan Lake Road project for the duration of the project, currently scheduled for approximately 2.5 years. We're hopeful May of 2020 to July of 22? No, yeah, 22. There were 3 firms that were solicited for the for a letter of interest. Bros did not submit an SOI, as they already had their resources allocated and couldn't allocate any more resources to this. The county is responsible for 18.05% of the contract amount, which equals $73,283 of the $406. We met with the DOT on this and discussed this at length between Ferber and FMG. We felt that Ferber was the best fit for their, they worked with the right-of-way, they designed the project. They've been involved with this project since 2008, since its conception. So they will have the knowledge and necessary to answer any and all questions, both public relations wise and design wise. So that's why the DOT and ourselves felt that Ferber was the best fit.
Can I ask you a question on the 2021 and 2022? Is it normal to increase it by 3% each year for hourly rate?
So, yeah,
Means it
that's
costs-
something that's normally done and accounted for
Is that,
usually.
is that what most contracts are done, is a 3% increase every year?
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinick.
my only concern with this was it's a 3-year project and they're asking for 3% increases from one year to another. Was that negotiable?
That I don't know if it's negotiable, I guess. I'm sure it is. If you would wish us to go back and negotiate with them, we can certainly do that.
Just a question.
And I think,
It seems excessive.
and that 3% covers his raises and cost of living increase, much like the county's cost of living increase. You know, you look at our cost of living increase was 2.4% this year. So,
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Do we increase ours every year for 3% on our contracts? When we do contracts for, remember, roads and different things that we do, that we pay for?
well, we don't necessarily, we put our labor rates in there, yes. So every year when we give raises, our labor rates go up. We try and usually charge above what our labor rates cost as is. You know, we do a cost plus basis,
But if
generally
we-
speaking.
So if we have 3 to 5 year contracts, do we account for that, or do we have contracts like this?
We don't generally have contracts like that
Okay,
with anybody.
okay, thank you. Commissioner DeSanto?
Just to make it clear, these 3% increases are only on labor costs. They're not tacking 3% onto materials and that kind of stuff. They're only on their labor costs.
Thank you. Commissioner LaCroy?
Thanks, Mark, for clarifying that, and I think it's kind of a standard practice for a project that takes this long in the making to happen, and I think we've had the discussions where, you know, from start to finish, it's a big time frame, and so we gotta account for that, so the sooner we can get it done, the more we save.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Do we have a motion, please?
Move for approval.
Second.
By LaCroy, second by Roskinick. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item C, please.
This is an agreement for professional services with KLJ on 2 bridges on Thunderhead Falls to do the hydraulics design. So we just finished the hydraulics design on Sonquest, and we're now moving on to the design engineering, or to the design services. So this one is one step back. We're hopeful that, well, let me back up here. We've chosen KLJ because we've been pleased with their work both on the Rochford Road Bridge, and we chose them for our bridge inspections, and they do very good work, very detail oriented, and their stuff is generally correct. The amount for this agreement is $42,000. Construction design will be approximately $50,000 per bridge, so about $100,000. Anticipated amount for construction of these 2 bridges. Due to the nature of these bridges being one way in, one way out, it's really narrow through that canyon. Getting a detour bridge is going to be difficult at best. So each of these bridges, we're estimating that $700,000 mark per bridge. You know, that could go up, could go down, just due to the difficult nature of the location of these bridges. And that $700,000 does not include the construction design engineer, or the construction engineering, which is the testing and all the stuff that you just approved for Ferber. Obviously a lot less complex than what Sheridan Lake Road is. We plan to commence the design directly after we get approval here. And then after the hydraulic design is done, we'll do the design engineering and hopefully get this thing to bid next year.
Madam Chair.
Discussion. Commissioner Roskinick.
Show in this report, Bridge 52-316, 316, and Bridge 52-317, 318. There's nowhere in that I can find the age of the bridge or bridges, unless I'm missing it.
And I apologize, I failed to write that part down. Maybe Mark, do you have any idea? Usually they put it in,
1972.
that's 73, 74 would be my
gonna
They
guess
look
guess.
older than
72.
1972.
No, I think
I'm
they
gonna
were
guess
both
it's
washed
72 they
out
were
in
taken out.
72.
Yep.
Mark Schock, Pennington County Highway. Yes, I agree, Ron. It's very hard. I don't think they put it in these most recent bridge reports. Typically, it should be on that first page in there, and I had that same question myself on these reports, and unfortunately, we did not get those dates.
It's
I'm
probably
sorry I
safe
do
to
not have
assume
that
they're
with
over
us.
50 years old, and they
Correct.
met their life
Yes.
expectancy.
I believe those bridges were all replaced in Thunderhead Falls around the 72 flood time.
Yes.
Thank you, Mark.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner DeCroy?
I guess I don't really have a question. It's more of a statement that, Joey, how many bridges in our county? 128?
Currently 127 because we was 126, then we rebuilt 164th, and then we removed one this spring and put in 3 culverts, so it's down to 127 bridges.
Okay. And just off the top of your head, you said KLG does a good job of doing our bridge inspections and so forth. And where are we at is on the, this is one of our priorities, these next two. How many are in desperate need of replacement or repair?
There's 21 bridges that are structurally deficient.
21?
There's correct. There's 7 that are on one-way in, one-way out roads. If I recall correctly, there's more than that because there's 7 on Thunderhead Falls. Not that are in dire need of repair, but there's 7 bridges going into Thunderhead Falls. 2 of these need replaced. Sonnenquist is one way in, one way out. So there are 21 that are structurally deficient.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that for the public, and I also wanted to clarify that you guys routinely repair and do maintenance on 836 miles of road?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Rosknecht?
Joe, due to the topography of the Black Hills, would it be safe to assume that our county has probably more bridges than any other county in the state of South Dakota?
I couldn't accurately answer that question. We have quite a few. I don't know that, there's East River, there's probably quite a few too. So
If we got 21 bridges that need to be replaced and 700,000 is probably conservative, it would be safe to say that BIG grant would be very helpful to our county in the near future.
yes, absolutely.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner DeSanto?
I also want the commission to really keep in mind, some of these bridges are not bridges that are utilized very often, I guess, so to speak. And I think we replaced one last year that there were multiple ways to get around having to replace that bridge. So when we're making these decisions, and I'm not, with Thunderhead Falls, there's no question, but when we're looking at these bridges and whether or not we're going to replace them, we really need to take into consideration what they're being used for, and if there's alternative routes. If it costs somebody an extra mile to drive twice a day, as opposed to spending $400,000 on a bridge, we should be taking that into consideration.
Commissioner DeSanto, you're right, and actually Joe has that, and the highway have that in their mindset now, because we have been looking for alternatives
Okay.
the last couple of years and found actually that we could do some of that. So I think they are keeping that in mind when they're looking at these bridges, if we can do culverts or if we can do, they're not temporary, but
Gotcha.
bridges, so
Thank you.
thank you. Any other discussion? If not, a motion, please.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Roskinek, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, item D. My motion carries, sorry, item D.
Brain's working overtime today, Deb.
It is.
So the next item is authorization to pursue the purchase of a new mowing tractor. We have currently been in talks with both RDO and Butler Cat, planning for this purchase. This tractor will replace one that is currently in our fleet. It's a 1991, so it's 28 years old. Our mechanics often love to refer to these as rock crushers because our ditches, especially in the Black Hills, you know, there's grass in them, but there's also rocks, so they take a beating. So 28 years old for a tractor, it's getting pretty tired. So we don't plan on trading that particular tractor in simply because we won't get anything for it. And we'll keep it for a backup in case one of our other tractors goes down. The estimate for this purchase will be approximately $120,000. It is accounted for in our 2020 budget. It was part of our equipment purchase plan that was created in 2019.
Thank you. Discussion or motion?
Move for approval.
Moved by DeSanto, second by Drews. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next will be John. Were we going in executive session, Holly, on this? No. Oh, I thought you said you were, but, okay.
This is just to set the base rates for any elected official. You're not talking about the people specifically.
Okay.
Be a long one.
Morning, Commissioners. John Morrell, Pennington County Human Resources. So this item was continued from our February 4th meeting. And before you should have a packet that includes a number of different documents. The first one is the memo dated February 11th. All of this data was also sent to the elected officials themselves, as well as for inclusion in your packet. So none of this should be new information. The memo basically says we're working to set those base rates for those 5 elected positions. As the commissioners, you are charged with that responsibility on an annual basis. How we've done it in the past actually is through resolution. The first one was written and approved in 2012. It was reconfirmed in 2017. And the data that's been gathered over the course of time also indicated that those rates over that course of time actually were still valid and right where they needed to be. So again, no surprises there, I guess. Included in the packet also some information, and not just for this discussion, but for the discussion on setting employee compensation rates as we move forward in that process as well. But talking about the Sherman antitrust law and the influence and or impact on compensation surveys and any other type of process that can be considered setting prices and or values on things that are commonly in the area or compared. That does limit our ability to actually speak about specific data points. So you can see the collective data where it's been compiled and put together. We have visibility to that, and the same is true with our compensation survey for the employee positions. You'll see that we'll have all of the compiled data. You won't see any individual data points for that either. And it's really because of the Sherman antitrust law, even though it was written 130 years ago, there's still provisions that the Department of Labor and or the Department of Justice have determined apply to any kind of a compensation survey and analysis. The pieces that probably are more, and this would be the third paragraph of the memo, about midpoint through, it says, philosophical decisions with regard to updated compensation levels will impact those rates selected. If comfortable with lesser experienced candidates running for office, a base rate for new people who are with limited or no experience could be set at the 10th to 25th percentile range of the data collected. If you are looking for more experienced candidates, fully qualified and have extensive experience, the 50th percentile would be more appropriate in those decisions. And that's the recommendation that I actually had included with this discussion a couple weeks ago. The 50th percentile indicates a midpoint range in the pay scale where approximately half will make less, half will make more. It's also commonly used to reflect compensation levels provided to people who have demonstrated full proficiency in their roles. The current compensation study that we're doing, again, for all the associates and for the employees, indicates a level at the 50th percentile range of approximately 7 to 9 years of experience. And again, We wouldn't use that as a starting rate for all the employee rates, but I am highly recommending that we do something similar to that, the 50th percentile, for our elected positions. We as a county and we as the employees and citizens of the county benefit from having someone that has extensive experience and is fully qualified to fill those roles. Thus my interest in actually recommending that we use the 50th percentile data. Some additional things that you have in there, in addition to the antitrust law information, is some information. There's going to be a graph, if you will, that looks similar to this. It's going to be 3 different layers of compensation data. On that process, the top one is actually the information that was gathered from the custom survey that was done for us. So when they reached out to the other entities to say, hey, what are you paying for similar positions? That's the data that came back. The center row on that chart actually indicates the published or the commercial data that was gathered by Gallagher for us as well. Now, Gallagher did call out there's some anomalies with the commercial data, and they spoke specifically about the sheriff and state's attorney's rates not being comparable or reflective of the other rates for the positions in the county. And then the bottom actually is what I recommended with regard to use for our setting of the new base rates for our elected officials. It combines both the custom data and the commercial data that was purchased and actually gives us a more balanced approach, if you will, to what those rates should be or could be. The next one actually in the package should be a list again of different entities. So there's some cities, counties, other groups that were actually solicited. The ones that are highlighted in yellow on that sheet, or the ones that are actually shaded, if you will, are the ones that participated. All of these were put forth by the departments and or elected officials here in the county. So these were the ones that we chose as a group to involve. Unfortunately, only 13 of the 40 or so that we actually requested participate, only 13 of those did. And those are shown on that document.
So John, they also, would that be the custom one, but they also looked at not just that paper, they looked at other areas and,
This, for the custom survey, these are the ones that responded for the custom survey data. So when you look at the chart that I had held up before,
okay?
that would be the top line.
Okay.
These 13, and they may or may not have submitted data for all 5 of the positions. Some of them might not have that same structure, so they would have submitted data for the ones that were at least 80% matches, if you will, to the positions that we have here in Pennington County.
So tell me how the commercial part of this plays in as well.
You bet. So the commercial data, and they'll do that, any kind of a vendor that does compensation analysis will use commercial data to fill in the blanks, if you will, or to give additional data points. The more data points you have, the more accurate the compensation study results are going to give you as far as information and recommendations. The commercial data, though, again, and they did call out those 2 positions that were anomalies, yet they still included the data. Generally speaking, they'll throw out the outliers, the ones that are way extreme high or too extreme on the low side. In this case, they included that so we could actually see the differences in that. Commercial data just basically gives us some additional data points to consider. So again, there's some variations, if you will, between the commercial data and the custom data. Thus my interest in using the bottom row of that chart because it combines both of those data points.
So
And then
what-
pardon me?
Sorry, John. So what happens when you don't have the experience, and we've set it at the 50th percentile, meaning if we have someone with no experience that comes in one of these elected positions, but we've picked the 50th percentile, which basically means, as I recall, 8 to 9 years experience, where the 10 to 25% would mean how many years of experience? Just brand new?
It would be usually an entry-level pay rate, if you will. So you can calculate what that would be. You can extrapolate, and actually on the data that they submitted for us, it includes down to the 25th percentile. So even that would be a person with probably a couple years of experience in that type of role. Now, so in answer to your question, if you set the rate too high,
Yeah.
you will get qualified candidates to run for that office. You'll also get a lot of other people that aren't qualified. The dollar amounts that you set will entice others to throw their hat in the ring, if you will. There's nothing you can do to prevent that.
Right.
My goal, I guess, is to make sure that it's high enough that we would get many qualified people that would like to run for those offices, so that you actually give the citizens a great choice. We get someone in there that's fully qualified and competent for those roles. I think it presents the best outcome for the county, even though it might set the rate a little too high. It would be something that would be considered fair.
And that's why you picked the 50th percentile based on the custom and commercial data, plus just common sense of what would happen if it was too high.
Well, and the
And-
same would happen if it's too low. Again, you won't get any of those best qualified people to apply for those and run for those offices. You'll get some folks that say, you know, I won't do that because I make more than that now in private industry or private practice, whatever it might be. And you don't want to shut off that group of potential people running for those offices.
And this wouldn't be based on you, this would be based on the custom and commercial data from Gallagher.
Yes, and that was actually a recommendation when I visited with Mark Goldberg from Gallagher. I says, because these data points are so different, what do you suggest? He says, what he's done and what he would recommend for us is to combine the data points and use that data. Again, that's reflected on that third row of the chart.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
My question is, I just got my executive session material, when I walked in today. I was here Thursday night, picked up my stuff. There was no executive session stuff in there. Went through there's information on this wasn't on my drive that I'm just barely skimming over right now. I mean, I have some other questions, but I just wanted to bring that to you guys' attention. If I would have known it was there, I would have came back and gotten it, but this is I would have liked to have gone through some of this additional information.
Lloyd, this was in your packet,
No.
This is the
that part.
this is the general
stuff,
session
The
information.
general stuff, yeah, but.
That's a
other-
completely different discussion,
I would
sir,
have
not
liked
to
to
be
have this
disrespectful.
to go with that too.
But this is the base rate, this is not what is gonna happen in executive session.
This has some of the same information. But one of the things I would have liked to have had is that information too, to go off of today.
It was put in the boxes Friday morning.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner DeSanto.
John, there's one area, it appears in part of your statements that you're recommending the 50th percentile. But on this page where we've got the recommended PennCal resolution base
Yes, sir.
in the last column, that's 70th percentile.
I'm going to make sure I get to the right page, sir.
Which one are you looking at?
This one here with the little box, the
Okay.
page, it doesn't have a page number.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find it. I'm sorry. Yep, got it. Yes, so that would be the minimums. The 50th percentile would be the minimums. When you take a look at that and actually round it to some extent, it would give you something then that's going to be slightly higher or very near what those 50th percentile. The current bases are on the far left column, listed by title. The 50 percentile rates are actually in that center column.
Right.
And then the increase to get to 50 percentile is indicated in the middle. So again, with regard to that, what's slightly different here from the resolutions that you have used in the past is the sheriff's data here includes the coroner rate of $5,000. But yeah, you're exactly right that those are a bit higher again than what's recommended. I think to bring some consistency and again some relevance, you're not going to be having to make major adjustments to these moving forward. These are still slightly higher than what that 50th percentile would be.
So they're actually, well, my calculations came up to they're about 70th percentile. But I guess one thing that I think that we need to take in consideration, and I did quite a bit of math last night, but the data that they're gathering, I don't think it takes into consideration population, tax base, quality of life, the appeal of the area,
those types of things. It's just dealing with straight numbers.
Straight numbers. Now, they did normalize them for this geographic area, but it's based upon the economic factors, not the quality of life, if you will.
Right.
Those are harder to quantify, so they wouldn't be used in this kind of a survey.
And then when I look at us compared to Minnehaha County, the population of Minnehaha County, or Rapid City, is actually 58.51% of the population of Minnehaha County, which means Minnehaha County has a much larger, a 42% higher tax base from which to gain revenue. So then I put together that currently the coroner's or the sheriff coroner's position, as a sitting sheriff, we're paying 90.44% of what Minnehaha County is paying when we have 42% less tax base than Minnehaha County has. So, I mean, I'm not saying that we should be paying 58.51% of what Minnehaha County is saying, but I'm saying we should be taking into consideration that we have that much less tax base. I also feel that, and I doubt anybody here would disagree, that the Black Hills is a more desirable place for a lot of people to live because of its geography and the things that are available to enjoy here in the Black Hills. If we look at the base rates that are being recommended, the sheriff coroner is 121.36%, the state's attorney is 92.3%, and then the auditor treasurer is 100%. Of Minnehaha County, and the Register of Deeds is 94.12% of Minnehaha County. So my concern, I guess I'm not really talking about what we want to do as far as the sitting experienced people that we have working for us is concerned right now. But my concern is that this 70th percentile is too high when in comparison to other counties. And then when we look at these different counties that actually responded to their survey, the only county that comes close in population is Missoula County, Montana. Everything else is either much, much higher or much, much lower. So those comparisons, at least to me, mathematically don't make sense. I'm glad that the city of Bozeman didn't respond, because the city of Bozeman is an exception when it comes to property values. They've been driven through the roof by people moving in from out of state. So I wouldn't think that would be a very good comparison. But you're talking Lynn County, 224,000 people. Laramie County in Fort Collins, Colorado, is 388,000 people. Minnehaha is 188,000 people. Sarpa County, Nebraska, which I believe is Omaha.
Yes, sir.
189,000 people. Cass County, North Dakota, which is Fargo.
Cass is Fargo, yes.
Is 177,000. So all of these counties that they've used for comparison have much higher tax bases than Pennington County has. So just some thoughts to think about.
No, I appreciate that. So a couple things to keep in mind.
Yep.
The size of the county doesn't really reflect the value of the position, if you will. So when we look at this, we're looking at all the details and specifics of the job. And you can get very, very valid comparisons, even in smaller entities or larger entities, but it comes down to specifics of how they do their job and what's involved in doing all of the activities required for those positions. What I would say is this as well. So even though Minnehaha County has a much larger funding base, we have a larger law enforcement arm here by about 150 employees compared to what they have. Mm-hmm. Our caseload is so much higher here than what they have. The types of cases we have are much different than what they have. So if I look at that, The complexity here is quite different from what they work with, and the same would be with the state's attorney's office, with the auditor, with the treasurer. All those things are very different here because of the volume of things we experience, because of our location. It's almost as if we don't have the tax base to support these things, but we have the caseloads that require we do. So it's a little bit different aspect. It's not apples to apples identically, but it does compare the basics of those jobs. So, not that that helps solve for that, though.
Well, bottom line, they're taking job title and not all those other factors in it and trying to compare it through a custom and a commercial type entity. They're not just basing it on those
Oh, I know.
counties.
I understand what they're doing,
Which-
but I'm thinking, but
Yeah.
I'm saying that we have to take into consideration our tax base.
Sure.
We have to. It's not.
Madam Chair, if I may,
not an
I just want to
option.
correct some information about the coroner because I don't think it was stated correctly.
Your
or-
name, sir?
Kevin Tome, Pennington County Sheriff. And I provided you in my email I sent to the commission. Minnehaha County spends $371,000 a year on their coroner. We spend $146,000 a year. If you break it down per coroner call with each county, we do it 36% less per coroner call when you look at the cost of the coroner in Pennington County versus Minnehaha County because it's a combined office. In 1998, the county commission combined the sheriff and coroner. And it's a very effective way to deliver services. So I guess I disagree that Minnehaha County does it for less than we do. I provided you the data based on 2017, 2018 coroner calls and budget from both counties. And the only thing I would offer is, that originally was set at $5,000 9 years ago. We haven't indexed that for inflation either. So as we talk later about salaries, I guess I think for $5,000, you're underpaying what you get by combining the two offices, and could be a little room for some movement there if you're.
Madam
I'll
Chair.
pitch that later, but I disagree with the coroner numbers that were presented. So.
Thank you. Commissioner DeSanto.
Stay up here, Sheriff Tome. Question, or more of a comment, actually. My concern is the basis, is where my concern is, just so you know. The reason that we're running as efficiently as we are is because of the current administration that's running it, correct? If somebody else comes in and doesn't have that experience, then we may not be running at a lesser level. They may have some different ideas. They may throw everything into the toilet and start all over again for all we know. Not saying that you won't run again or you won't win again or whatever, but I'm worried about this, the base is where we're at. I feel that we're too high on the base. I'm not talking about who's sitting right now and what we're going to pay who's sitting right now. I'm concerned about starting. I understand your point of view, John, that will attract more, but the voters don't necessarily vote for the people with the higher experience. I mean,
Sure. Madam Chair, if I may, I agree with John 100%. It's critical you set your base at a competitive wage. If you're in the private sector and go out and look for a CEO, you don't look for, the lowest pay you can get or lowest dollar you can pay somebody per se. You want somebody qualified to run in the positions. And if you set your base too low for the elected positions, you're going to get what you pay for. And to encourage good people to run, you need a strong base. And if you want somebody with experience to run, then keep your base strong. If you don't want experience and you want less efficiency in how it's run, I guess, then that's a philosophy that the commission could set. But I agree with John. Set the pay at a base that is competitive so we encourage good people to run for all of our elected offices.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
was you done?
I'm done.
Okay. I think that discussion is exactly what when I was looking at this, that I wanted to have, because with the information I need, it seems like, at first I was thinking, I'd like the studies. I'd like to see the numbers from the other areas, and I read through your report, and I know why you don't want to give, but, this is a public office, and all the other ones, comparables, it's public knowledge. So that kind of threw me off. Sure. But I understand why you're doing what you're doing. I think you did a good presentation. If I was a CEO of Walmart, I'd say that was really good. What I need to know what's comparable for wages, quite frankly, is I need to know a little more about the the levels of where the people, when we're talking about wanting people to move up and step up, from here to here, what's going to be that difference? What's going to compel them to do that? I believe in promoting within. How do we get someone who's from there to want to run for office? And quite frankly, we got several departments that are in that. We have a 5-year window, folks, that this is going to happen to us. And I want to make it competitive because why would another employee want to step up and do it and have the chance of, say they win and 4 years later, it's not guaranteed that you're going to be in there. You lose all your retirement, you lose everything in 4 years. That's the kind of numbers I personally would like to see is
Sure.
maybe it has to be by department, but what's the incentive? And I don't have those numbers to be able to justify my mind saying this number should be the base number. If there was an alternative that when the election's over, whoever gets in there and we can determine where they should be by experience, I would love that. But
Yes.
at this point, I don't see that.
Sure.
Sure.
So,
Commissioner Roskinick.
One thing I would suggest is that whatever we decide for base rate, that we mirror Resolution MC 1957, Minnehaha, establishment of certain county elected official annual salaries. Their auditor, treasurer, and register of deeds are all equal to each other, and I would recommend that's the direction that we go to.
sure. And again, commissioners, you all will be the ones charged with determining what those rates are. All I've done is provide you the information. So those decisions are completely yours.
I know, can I follow up?
Go ahead.
I know Donna wants to say something, but I guess I don't see the urgency for this, but would the department head meeting
This coming Friday?
this Friday? I thought it was Monday, but somebody help me out on that. Would that be a place to have some of the discussions of that I just explained, so I don't have to repeat myself?
That probably wouldn't be the venue. There's probably a 2.5 to 3 hour presentation just on
Oh, that's right.
the
Yeah, that's
compensation
right.
review.
That's right.
And the whole process that was involved in that. But if you'd like, I would sure love to sit down and spend some time going through to help answer the questions that you have, Commissioner. I know some of the data that you're talking about, we gathered last summer in July or August. We did kind of a review of what the succession plan could be based upon people that were currently in those positions in the offices where we have elected leaders. And I could gather that data again and provide that to the commission.
So John, did you send out a memo to people on Friday about meeting with you Monday on anything to do with the Gallagher study or some of the stuff that's going on right now?
I think it was Friday, yeah, so it would have been either Friday morning, Friday afternoon, I'm pretty positive.
Okay.
And I had sent out all this data, and then yesterday I sent out the complete Gallagher presentation. It's a different version because it involves stuff that we need to work on here internally. The presentation that I sent out yesterday is similar to what Mark Goldberg from Gallagher is going to present on March 4th to the board. His has some additional things that need to be completed and followed up on. So that's a little bit different aspect of it. So you'll get a lot of the same meat and potatoes, if you will. I don't know what else to use it as an analogy. He's going to have different flavored gravy on his than what I will on Friday. So
My suggestion would be, since we don't seem to have how that study kind of works with staff, we don't have that study kind of how it works with our commission at this time. We had a brief, understanding and look at all the questions just your chair and your vice chair and Holly had with this study. So maybe we put this off and continue this discussion till after we have that Gallagher study and understanding of it. I'm with Commissioner LaCroix. There's no hurry in moving this forward, and I think with an understanding of that Gallagher study, that might be a little bit more understanding of why this is where it's at today. Does that make sense? And why you picked that 50 percentile or
Exactly.
do you see what I'm saying?
No, everybody, actually, you'll all have much more information if you're able to attend the department head meeting on Friday.
Okay.
You'll have a much more thorough understanding of what the process was and how we got to the data points. The only thing I want to call out with regard to the base rates for the elected positions
Okay.
is that people are determining whether or not they want to run, and we really need to let them know as soon as possible what those rates will be so they can decide, okay, I want to run or no, I don't. So that would be the only time sensitivity. Other than that, there's nothing. We can backdate as far as the actual compensation changes. That's a completely different discussion. Even though it's related, it's a completely different discussion from this.
Right, so we have the presentation on March 4th. Commissioner, are we thinking that we maybe need to continue till the 4th or till the 17th? Because you'll have the presentation on the 4th. That way, I think with a better understanding of how they got to where they're going with 50 percentile and some of the questions on here that I can tell you, I had tons of these questions just from the presentation we went through. So if you'd like to continue this to have a better understanding, we could continue this till March 17th and make that decision then.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner
I
LaCroix.
appreciate that thought, because I think the more information we have going forward, and I think where I'm at now, there's some other questions that and information I'd like to get, and maybe even share that with the other commissioners as I get it, or we have that discussion. But as far as being in a hurry because of the election cycle, I think it's set, they know it's not going down.
Right. Yeah, true.
You know what I mean?
Very true.
So I don't see it as a rush for that way. I think we need, as a commission, need to be more educated and think it out a little bit more than rushing things along.
Okay, Ms. Donna, please.
Good morning, Donna Meyer, your Pennington County Register of Deeds. Thank you, John, for all the work you do.
You bet.
We've already discussed some of the stuff I had written down to talk about. That I wanted to point out that Minnehaha had set their base salary for the auditor, treasurer, Register of Deeds, newly elected officials at the same salary rate, which we've done for quite some time, and it's been, to me, it felt like I was actually a part of the team now. I'd like to ask the Pennington County Register of Commissioners, Board of Commissioners, to continue the policy of the auditor, treasurer, and Register of Deeds newly elected officials start at the same salary. So the resolution that was proposed for today, where the Register of Deeds was paid less, newly elected official is paid less. You messed me up, Ron. Less than the auditor and the treasurer's newly elected official. I don't think it's worked very well. I felt more like a team member, and I've been available for questions if you'd like to ask me.
Thank you. Board, did we want to continue this discussion, or are we ready to make a motion?
I'd move,
We can still make a motion.
what date did you say?
March 17th,
I'd move to continue to the March 17th commission meeting.
moved by LaCroix to continue to March 17th. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Roskinick. Discussion?
Mark Vargo, Pennington County State's Attorney. I would not, I think that's appropriate. I think it makes sense for the commissioners to be fully invested and involved, understand what they're voting on. But there are a couple of things that I want you to keep in mind. One is the applicability of some of the numbers that we've gotten from Gallagher. And I will tell you that my gut impression when I first talked to John about this was that the Sherman Antitrust Act is a mechanism for Gallagher to protect their business interests, not an actual finding of law. I mentioned it to the sheriff, who got a hold of Joe Dreesen, our labor lawyer in Omaha, who we've had since I was a deputy state's attorney 20-some years ago. And Joe said, no, that's not an issue that he would be worried about. Public entities are on a very different platform, and that particularly because all of this is published anyway, that there is absolutely no liability to the question of whether or not we can look at the underlying numbers, which I would very much like to, and here's the reason. When we look at the comparables that were listed, the alleged comparables, none of the cities are comparable for either a sheriff or a state's attorney.
city attorneys, you know very well what they do here in Rapid. The county attorney in Larimer County is actually essentially the civil attorney for the county, doesn't handle any criminal cases. Obviously, the city of Rapid City, city of Sioux Falls, city of Billings, city of Fargo, I don't know what number they would be using for the state's attorney, because their city attorney is a law firm who has a $4 to $5 million 5-year contract, according to their newspaper at least. So I'm not sure where any of these comparables come from. I know that the one that's listed in the resolution to which Commissioner Roskinick made reference, the $100,000 base salary for the state's attorney, is out of date because their brand new state's attorney just installed in office was installed at 130,000. So I'd like to see those numbers because when you look at the published data and how widely varying it is, they can call it an anomaly in the published data. I'd like to know what their actual data is when we're looking at that. So there's some other issues that I certainly would want to address, but I don't think that very many of the comparables are particularly comparable.
Thank you.
And so, but I certainly understand and respect and would welcome a chance to talk to any of you about that issue as you start to look into it a little more deeply.
Here's where I'm at. I'm frustrated with this because this is the same crap that happened with the last study. And I don't know if we should have just left everybody the same. Because at this point, I'm frustrated because it's based on position, not because of you and what you do. If you work harder, if you have more qualifications, different stuff like that, that is made through the steps and what's going up next. So this is what happened with Condrey, and this is why these studies sometimes get convoluted. Because we're comparing them to our own people and not to the position. They're looking at the position, guys. They're not looking at you do more work than I do. And if that's the case, or the stress level, or then why don't we just do our own study? Because that's where I'm at.
Madam Chair,
This is very frustrating.
can I address something? Right now, we need to
Mayor
keep,
DeSanto.
the, the base separate from what we're going to be meeting about in executive session. I think what you're seemingly frustrated over is what we're going to be talking about in executive session, when right now we're talking about setting a base.
Well, even
I
Commissioner
mean,
DeSanto.
I think that's what I'm hearing from you anyhow.
Well, I'm just frustrated that the base isn't enough, the base isn't right, and then we're basing it on the position. We're not basing on what you do today. Hell, it becomes emotional and all this other stuff with it when it's based on a study that we paid $80,000 for, and we don't believe they're right because it's not the right county, it's not the right this, it's not. Then why do we even pay them? Because we obviously know better.
If I could, Madam Chair. So
Commissioner
again,
John.
the caution that I would give is that as soon as you start to dissect, you're going to invalidate whatever data point you don't agree with. That really destroys the validity of any survey that you've done. We purchased this product, if you will, a survey, from a very, very prominent entity that this is what they do. They're the experts, they're the specialists. This is what they do for a living. They provided the data points based upon the information we provided here about the positions. That's what they're analyzing. They're not looking at who does what. They're looking at the pieces of the position that speak to what do they need to know, how are they qualified, what are the aspects of the job that they actually do, and then again, what decision-making authority do they have within those positions. It truly is mechanical process. It takes all the emotion, it removes all of those, well, that's not a valid county. It doesn't matter. A job is a job. So I really want to stress that. A job is a job. The position requires certain attributes. It requires certain skills. It requires certain execution of different tasks. That doesn't change no matter if you're here or if you're in Denver or if you're in Minneapolis. It doesn't change. Those basic tenets of those jobs still exist. So I want to make sure that that's fully understood. And there's going to be an effort to disqualify. These entities came from us. These were recommended. We might not like some of the data that we get, but honestly, these came from us. From this group, and when I say this group, the department heads and elected officials provided who they wanted to have surveyed. We did that. And then they got additional data points to share with us to help supplement that. Because again, out of the 40 or so that we submitted, only 13 participated. That's a good thing, however, because if there wasn't an 80% match on those jobs, they didn't consider the data. So it truly is looking at the jobs, not at the people, not at the location. The numbers are standardized, or if you will, to geographic location and the different aspects of what happens here, but it doesn't put any aspect in there about quality of life. So I agree, Mr. DeSanto, this is a great place to be. That's why I came out here.
Yeah, I know.
This is where I always wanted to live. For me, that's a good thing. For many people, it may not be. Many people might prefer Sioux Falls or Minneapolis or Des Moines. So it's not always going to be the attractor that it is for some. So again, that's hard to quantify. But when you look at the skills, the knowledge, et cetera, of the job, those are easy to have very standard structured processes as they actually evaluate the data.
So John, and board, I hope from continue this to March 17th, some of that frustration from me and maybe some of the people that are in the audience, the department heads and stuff, that we have a better understanding of how this works by the presentation. And I think it's a good idea that we're continuing until March 17th, so we're all on the same page about how that study works. Because I also apologize that I seen it and went through it and had that time to dissect some of this with John and Holly and Cindy and that made a difference for me because at first I was saying the same thing. So I should apologize that I saw it beforehand, and that I totally understand that why we're continuing it. So,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner DeSanto.
just to clarify, John, I'm not disagreeing with their numbers that they're coming up with. My reservation is in the percentiles.
Sure.
That's all.
You bet.
Okay.
And I think the funding sources that's a relevant concern. We could set this at whatever rate we determine, but if there's not the funding sources to support that, that would be a bit more challenging. So I understand.
Thank you. We do have a motion by LaCroix, second by Ross Connect. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Drews,
move for a 5-minute recess.
5-minute recess by Drews. Is there a second? Second. Second by LaCroix. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed,
Hey,
motion
John.
carries.
No.
Make a motion to go back into regular session.
Second.
Been a motion and a second to come back from break. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next, we will go into the Board of Adjustment. We need a motion, please.
So
So moved. Second.
Moved by Drews, second by DeSanto. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
Good morning, Christina Proetti, County Planner. I'm speaking on item A. It's a subdivision regulation variance. It's 2001. On January 20th, 2020, the applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Sabo, applied for a subdivision regulation variance to waive road improvements on Martin Ranch Trail. Staff comment is that Martin Ranch Trail is an approximately 10 to 13 foot wide with widths varying along the entirety of the road. And it is located within the Martin Ranch Trail Road District. They would also like to waive percolation tests and soil profile hole information. Staff comment is that the percolation tests and soil profile hole information will be required prior to the submittal of any building permits for residents, or if there's an on-site wastewater system construction permit applied for. The third waiver would be dedication and improvements to the section line right-of-way. Staff comment is that staff suggests that the Martin Ranch Trail be maintained to county highway standards for this one. Let's see, slide 4. The subject property, they're currently zoned as General Agricultural District, and there is no special flood hazard area on the properties. If you look at the slide right now, this long one where the mouse is, that's tax ID 42815. Structures present are a 40 by 60 pole barn, one single-family residence with an attached garage, one on-site wastewater treatment system construction permit for a mound system, a current operating permit, and then one 40 by 60 garage/storage area. The next piece of land right below it, right here, tax ID 42816. That land is currently vacant of any structures. And the one adjacent to it over here, tax ID 61562, contains a 36 by 50 shop with living quarters and one on-site wastewater treatment system. All three lots are able to gain access from the existing Martin Ranch Trail, which is located in the Martin Ranch Trail Road District, and there is an easement recorded in the miscellaneous document book 172, page 1080. All three lots can gain access from that. Staff did route this through the interdepartmental review, and there were no other items of concern for these properties. One other thing I'll mention is that on January 20th, 2020, the applicants also applied for a layout plat and a rezone to accompany this. But that will be heard February 24th, I believe.
Thank you. Just a couple of things on here. You have percolation test and soil profile information. I see it can be required prior to submittal of building permit. So you have very limited soils in your, which would be under request for comment, item C on page 3 of 4. But we're saying that percolation tests and soil profile information, you want to waive that?
They can waive it now, but if there are future plans for a residence or a system, on-site wastewater system, they will have to do those perk tests and profile hole. And the soils, like I think it was TJ's comment, are limited out there, but they're able to dig different holes looking for.
They can do different mound systems or something else that might work.
Yeah, they could look into something.
But it won't be anything, you're saying that because it's not being developed, but when it gets developed,
If
that will
they
be done.
do choose, and that would be this, I don't know if you can see where my mouse is on the screen, but a proposed lot 3 right down here. When they do have their plat go in.
Okay. And then number 3 was dedication improvement to a section line right of way. Staff recommends that Martin Trail be maintained to the county highway standards.
They do have a road district, which might have their own set of regulations for the road conditions, but just so there's something in there so it's not left unattended.
So let me ask you something. They don't have to go in a road district by ordinance 14 standards?
Good morning, Brittany Molitor, Interim Planning Director. In a road district, they do have their own set of standards. During the platting process is when those road standards would be implemented. These properties as they stand right now prior to platting are basically eloquently described. They're quarter section legal descriptions. During the platting process, they would be required to meet our subdivision regulations, and that's what they're asking to waive as part of this variance, is that they don't have to meet those road standards and improve the section line to ordinance 14 standards.
And you're saying they should?
We do not recommend a variance to our ordinances. So we are saying yes, we do believe that ordinance 14 standards and meeting our subdivision regulations should be required.
So what I'm asking is, since they're not going to develop right away, we would waive it for now, but if they develop, then would we come in and say, or are we just waiving it no matter what happens in that?
If you waive it now, you're waiving it for the layout plat that they are proposing at the end of February for the future subdivision.
That they're not going to do ordinance 14 standards?
Correct. That's what this subdivision regulation waiver is for.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner.
Brittany, so we're talking about some quarter sections in 80.
Correct, and they are proposing a layout plat to subdivide these properties down. There's a 10-acre parcel down in that southwest corner that they're proposing.
So until people get a little more serious to develop, wouldn't it, haven't we waived these kind of requirements before?
We have in the past, like I said, prior to that, because they were quarter sections, they weren't part of a plat. They didn't have to meet our subdivision regulations. There is a section line that runs north and south along that section, and they're asking to waive those requirements due to the improvements to that section line.
Will they be using that road? Because right now it says the trail is approximately 10 to 13 feet wide with varying along the entity of the road located within Martin Road District.
They are using Martin Ranch Trail as access and not the section line right away.
So they'll be making a road between 10 and 13 feet is what I'm going to guess.
Correct, because that's what exists currently for access to these properties, is that Martin Ranch Trail.
Is the applicant here?
Yeah, I was just asking these guys first, sorry. Any questions for the staff board before we have the applicant speak? Okay. Sir, your name?
David Vleem.
Gleam?
Vleem.
Vleem. Thank you, David. So you've kind of heard our concerns, Mr. Vleem. Do you have any answers for some of the things that we're talking about on the ordinance standards? Meaning when you develop, they should be based on ordinance 14, which is what, 24 foot with right-of-ways. Some of that, when you do your development, can be adjusted because I've seen 14 foot with right-of-ways, which makes sometimes more sense, but
Yeah, we're asking that be waived for this particular. The Martin Ranch Trail as it exists is a improved gravel road of typical design for the type of access that's going to be on it. The reality is the Plutas live up on the north end, and at this point in time, that's the only people even accessing that entire run. It's our contention that improving the section line access is counterproductive since there's an existing road already in place, and the logistics of building a road on the section line, it's just not a good place for a road. And there's an existing road already in place that services the needs already.
so a question for the staff then. Then this is the dedication improvement to the section line right away, right? It doesn't waive the subdivision or the ordinance 14 standards on the rest of it. It's just waiving it on the section line?
Yeah, the number 3 is dedication and improvements to the section line right away to waive that, but number 1 was to waive improvements to Martin Ranch Trail as well.
Okay.
If I could add, there's no anticipated further development. Basically, the Plutas have the 80 acres on the north end, and they're purchasing the 15-acre lot at the northeast quadrant. The Sabos have the 40 acres to the west. They are acquiring the 15 acres adjacent to them. The only lot even contemplated for sale is in the southeast quadrant. That one would obviously be a single-family residence of some sort.
Thank you. So,
Madam Chair.
one more question if I could, Commissioner DeSanto. So their 40-acre lots is the issue in that a lot of people subdivide, and by that time you still have a 10 by 13 foot road, and we have some roads in the county right now that I've went and visited where the road starts about 24 and it goes to about 10 to 8 feet on some of these housing units that we have, and it's been a problem for turnarounds. It's been a problem for basically the neighbors when you have a 10 foot, because then they're starting to park on their area. Bottom line for me, I have a hard time doing number one. Not making it at least, close to ordinance 14 standards, because on 40-acre lots, I'll keep saying, people say they're never going to develop, and then they end up developing, and then we've just waived those requirements when they do develop to make it a 10 to 13 foot wide roads there.
With respect, I would presume if they go to further subdivide at that point, that issue could be addressed at that time.
Madam Chair,
Mr. DeSanto.
I believe that what we're worried about is a moot point, because if they do further development of, we're just waiving it for the plat. If they do any further development, then for any type of construction, road or residence, then that waiving doesn't apply. We will,
Right.
we
Once
will
you
not issue the building permit unless we require them, or the construction permit unless we require them to build the,
Yeah, you do have recourse down the road.
Right.
If further densification occurs, the planning commission has recourse to improve the roads at that time.
correct.
But on his area that we waived, it would still be 10 to 13 feet, and your new subdivision, and you decide to subdivide, then that one, because we've waived his, the further one, if I'm correct, Brittany, maybe they would be the 14-foot ordinance standards, but we just waived 10 to 13 feet where they're starting. Am I correct, Brittany? Can you explain this a little better?
I think I understand what you're saying. So what you're saying is, as the road develops, we just keep continuing on the smaller lot, or the road width, because we approved it prior. So instead of having a 12-foot road, then all of a sudden it goes to a 24-foot road.
Right, so you started with saying, I waived this part on this part of the subdivision, and this part that is new, we're gonna do 14 standards. So what happened, and that's kind of what happened, was we started at 24 and then we ended up with 10, or we've came back and said, okay, the gravel road is 14 feet, it's been sufficient, it doesn't need the right of ways, just keep going on where you were before. So a lot of times they're saying this has worked at 10 to 13 feet for us, so why can't we continue it? So what we're getting into is we're getting many roads in Pennington County, when you go check, that started out right or didn't start out right, and then we're ending up with, you already know.
Once they get added onto, then they have to be the right size. Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it.
Madam Chair, this property's accessed off Highway 40, outside of Keystone.
Yeah.
And I think I understand what this property is. It's pretty remote and steep topography.
It is. if
And
you
so
look at it.
your future subdivision, it's just, I really don't see it happening. So to me, this totally makes sense. Because if the terrain prohibits it, that area is just not conducive to smaller lots. I mean, it would help to actually go out there and look at this, because if you were there and you saw those steep canyons, you didn't understand that you can't subdivide that much more.
People can always request to subdivide, but ultimately it would get voted on or heard in front of you.
You can build on most anything, take my word for it. Not in a canyon. Maybe the solution is that they at least do a 14-foot road with right-of-ways on the side to start it. That's, instead of doing a 24-foot road, which a lot of times the inlet to it needs to be 24 foot, but then go into a 14-foot. If it's not going to be tons of people there, it's still going to be a standard which we can follow, and it also is a road that's usable in the future for any development. At 14 feet, if I'm correct, is usually what we have done in a standard. We'd like 24, but I've been in planning for a while, and I see a lot of times they'll let you do a 14-foot with the right-of-ways on the side, because then there's no culvert area, there's no nothing when you first start with a 10 or 13-foot road for drainage for anybody that might develop in that area as well. So they're just, that's my point of view.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Durs.
I tend to agree. I don't have a problem with either 2 or 3. Number one is the issue that I have, and it goes back to what the chair has just talked about. of not waiving the Martin Ranch Trail, road improvements.
So Christina, is there a solution with this, or do we need to continue this? So maybe you can visit with Mr. Valim about what could happen next.
So it looks like Dave would like to talk to the clients, the Sabos,
Okay.
and then we'll discuss the road with them, and then
So
come back.
Continue.
Mr. Valim, is that okay if we continue this so you can
Well,
visit with your clients?
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to have to. I mean, the Martin Ranch Trail has adequate right-of-way width as part of the easement. I guess I would contend that it's a pretty expensive burden to improve that entire run of road the way the commission is asking for. That's going to very possibly make this cost prohibitive.
Madam Chair.
It also, sir, makes it so we can continue it, and maybe by then too, we might have changed our mind on number one by going to look at this property ourselves. Commissioner LaCroix.
I guess I'm in support of continuing on, just so that we can get up there and take a look, as Mr. Roskinek described. I would like to see that and see what's feasible and what, firsthand, before I make that decision for you right now today. That way, next time you come up here, I can say, you know, when Deb's talking 10-foot wide road, well, maybe that's all it's gonna make it through that area, and that's all it's gonna be. Then I'm confident in my decision.
Okay.
Thank you for letting us go out and look, and then also, like Lloyd said, we might change our mind by then too, but at least you have talked to your applicant, just because it, might be something in the future that they might subdivide, and that might make a difference on that road, so.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinet.
last time I saw that property, it was gated. Is it gated now?
Yes.
So we'll have to arrange for a time to get out there so we can get in there and take a look at it.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a motion to continue?
Motion to continue.
Second.
By Roskinek, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Thank you, sir. So we need a motion to come out of Board of Adjustment, please.
So move.
Moved by Drews, second by DeSanto. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, motion carries. Next is the consent agenda, Miss Brittany.
Good morning, Brittany Molitor again. The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine planning and zoning items quickly. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda for planning and zoning contains the following item. Item B is minor plat MPL 20-01 for Gordon Howie, and approval is recommended.
Move for approval.
Second.
Been a motion and a second on the consent agenda, item B. Any discussion from the public? From the commissioners? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we're on regular agenda items, C through I. We are going to have a 5-minute time limit for each speaker today. Holly will tell you how that works. Miss Holly, if you would.
Okay, when you approach the dais, you will see a little box in front of the chair. There's 3 colored lights on it. When it turns green, that means your time has started. When you see the yellow flash, it means you have 30 seconds to wrap up your comments. And when it turns red, you should be finishing.
Thank you, Miss Holly. So we're on item C.
Good morning, Kim Sack, Environmental Planner. Item C is waiver to Ordinance 14 standards. The applicant, Nathan Lapsley, is requesting to waive requirements to submit engineered road construction plans to have a road width be 12 feet instead of 24 feet, have a gravel surface depth of 4 inches instead of 6 inches, and have ditches be 1 foot in depth instead of 2 feet and have slopes greater than 4 to 1. This was routed around. The highway department is opposed to waiving any road construction requirements in the section line, since this is an extension of 153rd Avenue, and it can be extended 3 miles to Caputa Loop, and that it would provide access to 1,600 acres. They also said that approach permits would be required and culvert sizing would need to be performed by an engineer. Staff does not make any recommendation on this. However, in here it does state that this waiver, if the board chooses to grant the waiver, would only be to access this described property, that any access off of this extension would also require any applicant to come in and request the same waivers as well.
Thank you. Joe, do you have something you'd like to share on this item?
Good morning, Commission. Pennington County, Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Superintendent. I did actually take a look at this on Sunday or Monday. I don't recall which. Out there's currently a road width. I didn't stop and measure it or anything like that, but it's very feasible to create an ordinance 14 standardized road going to this property. What the highway department is opposed to is we don't want to end up with another situation like Mount Royal, where, as you were just describing on the Sabo property, a 12-foot road was added onto and added onto and added onto for several, I don't know exactly how many residents, but out here in this area, it's very developable. It's closer to the city, and it is a very developable piece of property. So with that being said, we don't want to waive ordinance 14 for this or any other property on that section line. It is in a section line, therefore it should be ordinance 14.
And this section line is developed with a 12-foot road?
I don't know the width of the road currently. Cody, do you know?
Yeah, I went out and measured it. It's so down towards the end, it averages about 14 in width. When you get closer to Longview, because it connects to Longview, it's more like 18 to 20.
Okay. And usually, Joe, if I'm right, most of the roads that I've seen on standard should be 24, but we've let them go down to 14. So I know that's not your standard, but with some drainage on each side of those roads. So tell me, this road is at 14 at this point.
So it started at 18 feet up at near Longview, the intersection, and then
Right.
as it got added onto down towards the end, is where it narrows to 14 foot, correct?
Correct, yes.
And keep in mind, generally speaking, your cars are, 7.5, 8 foot wide, so a 14-foot road top doesn't allow 2 cars to pass, when and if this gets developed in the future.
So are we looking at the start or the end here?
This is the end looking north going to Longview.
Okay.
This is down where the current gravel section ends. The property would be going further behind the picture there. So that picture was taken from this driveway right here.
Okay.
And actually, this came about in my brain is a good way to put it, because in Rapid Valley, when we're doing snow removal, and that's why this keep coming through in my head, is that when you're trying to do plowing, you're trying to do anything on these smaller roads, and we take them over, you really can't, because you have 2 cars, they always park in the right of way. It seems like they don't park at their house and or on their driveway. So it's making some major issues for our highway department, trying to figure out that our roads, we're letting do minimum standards instead of what those standards should be in order for us to take over a road. So in the future, if it's a section line, do we plow section lines?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
So by statute, any section line is a secondary highway system, but we don't maintain all of those section lines. But it's a section line, which means it's public right of way, not necessarily that it's maintained by the county. It's a lot more likely that it will or could get taken over if it is built to ordinance 14 standards in the future.
So if they're not built by ordinance 14 standards, that's harder to take. You don't have to take it over, or what does that mean?
No, so, and maybe Jay can clarify the state statute, but the state statute says or states that all section lines in the county are secondary highways. So
So
they're public right of way.
So you should be plowing them?
No. So you as a board of commissioners and the DOT set which secondary and main highway or main county highways we're going to maintain. So that's in statute as well. We must state which ones we're maintaining and which ones we're not.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner,
Joe, if this wasn't in the section line, would we even be having this conversation?
I think, we probably would. Mount Royal, I don't believe, is that in the section line, Mark? So it's very possible we wouldn't be having this conversation, but then again, that's a very developable piece of property out there.
So if they improve that, the 14 foot or whatever the requirement is for the pursuant to the ordinance, is it the property owner that is asking for access? Is it his responsibility to do the improvements?
So they're improving that section line down to their piece of property.
So at their cost?
Correct.
So then if it's taken over as a secondary highway, then they've basically helped assist in the cost of that?
Yes, they would maintain it or if they built it to ordinance 14 standard, the county could then come and take it over. We have a similar but different situation with Murphy's Ranch subdivision going on out there on Longview. The developer is required to improve Longview because they're putting the excess stress on the road. So therefore it's onto the developer to improve Longview. It's not on the county. We put that burden onto the taxpayers.
you have a follow-up?
Ordinance 14 standards are 24-foot wide,
Correct.
6-inch deep gravel.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So 2-foot deep ditches.
Yep.
So he'd have to add an extra 10 feet for the most part.
Correct.
For 1,253 feet.
Correct.
What would be the approximate cost of that?
Oh, I don't know what the cost for our gravel was this year.
The annual maintenance on gravel is about $5,000.
But you're also going to have to provide a road bed for that additional 10 feet.
That is on a 24-foot
That's a
road
24
job.
It is
Our
already 24
annual
feet?
maintenance costs, that's not for construction by any means. Construction, we wouldn't have that number, but as was mentioned earlier in the discussion, Joe had said that we were trying to get away from the fact that when there's variances put in place to the first residence and then maybe the second residence, and on Mount Royal we tried to, about the fifth residence, we said they had to build the road to ordinance 14 standards. And that didn't go over well, of course, with that fifth landowner. We're getting to that point now. Our crews went out and did some measurements on this road. It starts at about 20-foot driving surface on the north end and narrows down, like Cody said, to about 14. So it's getting narrower and narrower as you go south, but this section line has potential to go about 3 miles south. This area is developing, as you can see, the ranchettes that are being developed in that area. We feel that in the future that'll probably happen more and more. The properties east of Rapid City are becoming quite popular. The hills area, it's maybe more expensive and there's less property up there, but there's potential for this section line to definitely open that 3 miles to the south. And if it were built to Ordinance 14, Ordinance 14 was put into place for, right here, it does say,
Can you read it, what it says for the width and the gravel and the slopes for depth on the slopes on the side for the ditches? What the standards are?
4-to-1 slopes.
24-foot road top
20,
and 6 inches of gravel. To answer your question, Mark, at our cost, if I'm recalling correctly, and this is at $7 a ton that we had gravel crushed for last year. It cost them about 376 extra tons for that 1,200 feet at a cost of approximately $2,631.
$2,631. I think that's reasonable.
To put that extra layer of gravel at 6 inches.
But that's the cost
They
of
don't
gravel,
have to.
not hauling it,
They don't have to
Correct,
widen
that's
it.
the material only.
material only.
So, what you're saying is that they don't, in order to meet Ordinance 14 standards, they don't have to widen it. They only need to put down additional gravel. They need to widen it
That would
too.
be to widen it, that extra 10 feet from
Okay.
14 foot to a 24-foot road top.
I think, I totally respect what Mark's getting at and Highway Department wants, continuity. So,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Roskinick.
Joe, the parcel to the south of that, is that a separate parcel with a separate ID?
This one here?
Correct.
I believe so. I believe all of this was subdivided by,
Yeah, those 3 lots are all separate lots.
So when they subdivided, they didn't have to plat it because they're selling it quarter, or whatever. So they're not, if they were platted, wouldn't they, before the plat would have got approved, they would have had to have that access?
They would have had to basically either do the road improvements or like the variance you just heard, request the variance to improve the section line road.
I guess if I had those 3 lots and I was going to try to market them, I'd want to make sure that I had the proper access. And so it looks like they got marketed as is, and then the buyer is incurring the cost to fix the
correct.
road.
I would move to deny.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny. Yes, sir.
Is that the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Nathan Lapsley.
Nathan?
Yeah. I guess the short story here is if I can't get the variances, I can't afford to build a house out there. And that was the purpose of buying the land. I have an estimate from a contracting crew. And this would be built actually to 16 feet wide, but every other standard followed. And it's upwards of about $50,000. And I don't have $50,000 to do the road, and if I can't get access, I can't build a house. So I've essentially wasted $35,000 on the land.
So we said we wanted it 24 feet. It's at 14 now. If we did it at 14 feet with the ditches on the side, which I've seen is in many of the parts in where we're at in the county, and what we've had agreed to before, but the gravel's still the 6 inches, the 41 slopes are still there. That gives somewhat of a compromise of some of that, what's happening. It still brings those standards because the most that road looks like now it's about 14. To me, at least 14 feet when we're doing roads, unless we believe that we're going to have to improve that section line, which we'd be improving that section line a long ways to 24 feet. If that's our intent for the future. We start at 20, so we'd be improving the inlet at 24 and also, or 36, I think it is supposed to be, and then go into 24. Unfortunately, we've been doing this for a long time with these roads, and
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Ross.
I'm with you. I'll compromise any way I can to help this gentleman. I'm looking at those other two lots down below. I don't know if they've sold, but,
They have sold.
to
I've,
me,
I've talked to the one directly south of us, and he plans on maybe building a shop out there. But as far as I know, not a house. I haven't talked to the guy who lives further down. But yeah.
to me, I'd go along with the minimal, with the anticipation that the two owners of the property below you, they should incur the cost as well, so it'd be three of you instead of one of you. And,
I kind of brought that up to the one guy, and I didn't get a very welcoming response to that. So
If he wants to build his shop or get a building permit, right, he has to come through us to do it. So, we'll put the same requirement on him that we do on you, sir. So,
I guess if it has to be built to the ordinance per what the county highway says, I mean, are they going to pay for it? Because I don't know how else it would be done to the ordinance if they're not paying for it.
Madam Chair.
And
Commissioner
I don't
LaCroix.
feel like, I'm sorry.
Hold on a sec.
No, sir, and thanks for coming up and explaining what was going on. Because I understand where the highway departments come from and the commissioners, and I hope now you understand what they're coming from
I
going
do.
from wide to narrow. And it's unfortunate that at this point, we would require you to do, if you wanted to move forward, go wide. I do I am in agreement with a couple of commissioners here that what we have should go. To be able to get you be where you need to be. It's unfortunate you can't get other landowners to do that. They could be stuck with no road at all. You know what I'm saying? But so I would be in agreement to a minimum with the 14 of what's already existing, unless the young man's got something better in mind.
We just wanted to clarify one thing that to maybe help you guys with it too is that all of the buildings up there that section line they were never opened up properly. They were done way back in like the 90s and stuff, so they were actually never required to do this either. Just for clarification.
And that's why we have what we have.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So, sir, what'll happen too, if they develop, they will have to build a 14-foot road with 4-to-1 slopes with 6 inches of gravel, just like you. So they won't be getting away with anything more than what we're doing from now on, because if you do a 12, then that means that we agreed to a 12, just like we said, and then they'll be doing a 12 or maybe a 10, and what happens on that section line, it just keeps getting smaller and smaller.
I understand that. I guess it's just hard for me to accept that I have to be responsible for improving the section line with the potential that 3 miles more could be done maybe in the future. You know, I'm paying for an imaginary road that doesn't exist, so it's just, I don't have the money to do that. I'm not a land developer. I'm not gonna, I want to build a house and have goats. I mean,
Mr. Lapsley, you're just doing your part that you're going to use your road on.
Right. I just want to do the
You're not doing somebody else's. Well, you have to do more than the driveway because
no, I mean, essentially, I'm building.
Right.
It's
So
a long driveway.
it's only right that you do the 14 at least, because that's what it's at now, instead of making it smaller. Because, like we said, potentially you could have 2 more people that want a 12-foot road with the same gravel and everything else, and pretty soon the standards just keep getting lower and lower. So 14 foot I thought was pretty comparable.
Yeah.
Since you started at 20,
I'm
went to 18.
sorry, I guess I didn't realize you kind of agreed on the 14. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Commissioner DeSanto.
Just to clarify, my motion was to go to ordinance 14 standards, which is 24 feet wide.
Right.
So I need to do it, you're asking me to.
No, we'd have to do a substitute if we all agreed.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And your estimate that you got there, is that based on widening to 24 or widening to 14?
This is actually based on going to 16, and I don't know why he chose 16 feet, but yeah, 16 feet. And the contractor told me that the major cost was the sloping of the ditches and the depth and everything, so that's why we asked for the 1 foot and the increased slope depth, because that was like the major cost of it.
So I just did a quick estimate. So this is based off of a road that we built out north of Wall. We built it for $23 a foot. It's, hauling, gravel cost, all of that stuff included. We built it for about $30,000. So I just wanted to point that out.
And that's government costs? Did you
Or
get the,
we paid approximately $23 a foot. So to build this section of road at $23 a foot would cost approximately $30,000
At 24 feet.
at 24-foot wide, correct?
So if we went to 14-foot wide, that would,
decrease it?
could reduce
It would decrease it, correct?
Can I hire you? We reached out to multiple contractors and we only got one to call us back.
I like that bid, 16 instead of 14. That's just my,
Well, you're at 14 now, so
Yeah.
you build it wider?
that's his bid, and that's what
No, it's 16,
the
yeah,
contract says 16. I'm saying if that's what his contractor,
And 16 feet, keeping in mind the width of cars, that would allow two vehicles to pass side by side, as 14-foot will not.
that's probably what his contractor was looking at.
So if we did a substitute, we do 16 feet with 4-to-1 slopes and 6 inches of gravel. Okay, does anybody have a substitute?
Is there a question on that? Is there a huge difference as far as highway is concerned between the 14 and the 16 foot? I mean, we're way below the 24 foot at this point in time.
Joseph? Superintendent?
Madam Chair, I got an answer to that question because he just gave it to us.
Okay.
The 14 feet doesn't allow two cars to pass, 16 does.
Okay.
Cars are roughly 6.5 feet wide, so.
Well, with the nature of this out here, it will be agriculture or ranchettes, as Mark said, right? So generally speaking, you're going to have four-wheel drives, not many times out in the country do you see.
Toyota Priuses?
Took the words
Sure.
right out of my mouth.
Commissioner Roskinek?
Joe, up there at the section line that goes east and west, where the road comes to the south,
So this area
right
here,
there, how wide is the road there? What's the driving surface there?
14 foot, right?
So if he did 24 feet, we'd be going from 14 foot to 24 feet. That'd be like going from a 1-inch water line to a half-inch and then back to 1 inch, and that's pretty confusing. I'll go for the 16 foot.
And, up at the top of where 153rd touches Longview, it is an 18 to 20 foot driving surface.
And you might want to look at item D. Commission. Move to approve a road construction with section line, which includes construction the section line right away to County 14 standards with 8 conditions.
So I think that, go ahead. So yeah, there is, it does say ordinance 14 standards, just in case you didn't approve this, but if, condition 1 of those 8, say that they'd have to request a waiver, so they're just doing, we're just doing that before.
So that's what they're doing right now.
Yep.
So they're requesting the waiver, and then if we approve the waiver, then what happens in D?
So D would be actually opening up the section line for him to do the work within the section line.
Okay.
Item C is mainly just the ordinance 14 standards.
Okay. So C is to do the work less than what 14 standards are. I mean, C is, and D is, that would be the standard that we put in D.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Drews?
are you looking for a substitute motion?
Yes, sir.
As the second of the original motion, can I make the substitute?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'd make a substitute motion that'd be 16 feet wide instead of the 24, and have a 6 inches of gravel surface and the 2 feet of ditch with slopes of greater than 4 to 1.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and second discussion on that.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner DeSanto.
Joe can answer this question, or Brittany probably could also, but out there in that particular area, is it necessary because of the topography to have one of the expenses that you're saying is so expensive is digging those ditches deeper? Do we need deeper than a foot? I mean, I know that'd be ultimate, but
What are they now?
a foot.
It's done.
So there's the section, that's looking down towards the section that he would like to build
Okay.
on, so that's the section line. The purpose of the ditches and having that drainage is because, so if you don't have that drainage, all that water sits on top of the road, makes it dangerous to drive on. And Mother Nature tears up the road if there's no drainage. So therefore, you're gonna end up, if you,
Or flooding.
or flooding, right? We've ran into that a lot this spring. So the 2-foot ditches, allow for adequate drainage off the road and down the road.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
my thought is we can probably assume as things develop that that's going to be a 24-foot surface road someday. Don't know when. So, I'd be in favor of the 1-foot ditches because you're going to have 6 inches of gravel on top. So because eventually those are all going to get tore up and regraded. So I don't have a problem with the 1 foot.
We did have plans on putting one culvert. There's a slightly low spot. There's kind of a puddle. You can't see it in the picture, but the plan was to put a culvert there to keep the water from pooling there. And I will say I've driven down this road in my car multiple times, even when it was wet, and the flooding really doesn't seem to be an issue, even with all the rain we've had. So,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I know this is getting complicated, but it makes sense because I do foresee it happening in the future of getting widened. And if you go down 2 foot, you're gonna end up filling it, and it'd be like, I'm kind of in agreement with the 1 foot slope. I don't know if anybody would be open to a friendly amendment to that or not,
You
but
could do a friendly amendment.
Superintendent.
We just want to keep in mind, as Brittany just pointed out, that there's a lot of property out here, and we're setting a precedence for the rest of that property out there right now. So if we do go with a 1 foot ditch, the 6 inches, you're going to measure your ditch off the top of your roadway, not necessarily, so you're going to add 6 inches. You're going to have to dig down 1.5 feet, right? So we really would like to maintain the drainage out there. If you go just south of there into what's the area south of there? No, not Computer, the one for just south of Rapid Valley, Green Valley. That was a farm field that was developed, and there are drainage issues galore out there.
Green Valley is totally different, though. The creek runs through there.
It does, but at the same time, when it rains, it creates a lot of issues, not further away from the creek.
okay. I think you had me at the top of the road after it's been gravel.
There you go. There you go.
That helps. So I'm in favor of what's on the floor.
Okay, so we have a motion, and we have a substitute. So let's vote on the substitute with the 16-foot road, 4-to-1 slopes, and 6 inches of gravel. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, Cody, number D.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, sir.
What you approved as far as the ditch depth, is it
It's
the
2 feet
ordinance?
with,
The
2 foot with 4-to-1 slopes.
Okay, so you approved instead of 24, the 16 foot,
Yes, sir.
but everything else to the ordinance, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, all right, thank you.
Your bid should be good.
Sir, you can stay here because this is you again. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Laps.
All right, Cody Sack, environmental planner again. Item D is road construction within a section line right of way. It's to construct a road within a section line right of way to provide access to the property located in section 13. And to bring an existing 289 feet of section line road into compliance. The applicants Nathan and Marie Lapsley. So this was routed around. County Highway opposed it. The applicant wanted to build it to 12 feet. Just got waivers not to build it to 12 feet. Staff did perform a site visit, and through research, so from this red barn up here down to this property, was issued a building permit back in the early 2000s to build that property without improving the section line road. So that's where that 289 feet comes into play. So this would open up that 289 feet and bring that into compliance as well. Staff is recommending approval of it to ordinance 14 standards unless condition 1 stated that he gets the waiver. Also condition 2 states that for this, that anybody else who wants to take access off of this 1,253 feet would need to come in and request basically the same waivers again. So if there's any future development, they'd have to come back in, even if that section line's already opened.
Right.
To request those waivers. So if there's more increased density, that they'd have to do that.
So tell us again, number 1 would be what we just did with the 16-foot with the 4-to-1 slopes with the 6 inches of gravel. That's
Correct.
changed. That's number 1 now,
Correct.
right? So
And
do we have
then-
to make a motion to that effect?
No, it can be in the conditions, just that it's
Changed to,
that they have to get that waiver. Since they got that waiver, they meet the condition.
okay, and number 2 would be, I guess I didn't understand what
So,
you said.
so number 2 is, it states that any waivers granted by the Board of Commissioners for ordinance 14 standards is only to access his property. It's not to access any other property. Any other access off of that 1,200 or 1,253 feet would require them to come in and request the same waivers.
Which is good.
Got it. So I would move for approval with those changes.
Moved by DeSanto, second by Ross Connect. Any other questions, Mr. Lapsley?
I don't even know what it is, to be honest.
Okay, so number 1, we changed to that variance that we gave you to 16 foot,
yeah.
remember, road, 2-foot ditches with 4-to-1 slopes and 6 inches of gravel.
Okay.
And then if anybody builds or adds onto your property, they have to come in and ask for a waiver just like you did.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir. All right. We do have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, motion carries.
Madam Chair, can I ask the board to back up quickly? We need to clarify the board's intent for 16A, which is the subdivisions regulation variance. Was your intent to continue it to the next meeting? If it isn't,
Yes.
we have other advertising requirements that we will need to do. So can we clarify in the motion that your intent was to continue it to the March 3rd meeting?
Is everybody okay with the Board of Adjustment one that we just continued?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Holly. Okay,
Morning, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, County Planner. The board has seen agenda item E at the last Board of Commissioners meeting. But again, the applicant the request is Major Planned Unit Development 1909. The applicant is Donna Hartshorn. She is in the audience if you have any questions for her. She has applied to amend an existing planned unit development overlay district to allow for seasonal commercial recreation and amusement structures, to include a hovercraft track and paintball range, and allow 5 lighted on-premise signs to be located within 1,500 feet of a residential district or dwelling unit. For ease of description, the subject properties are labeled A, B, and C again. Lot A is 4.38 acres, zoned highway service district. Lot B is 15.39 acres, zoned limited agriculture district. And Lot C consists of 39.87 acres and is zoned general agriculture district. All currently have planned unit development overlays that apply. All are located within the city of Rapid City's 3-mile plating jurisdiction. There's no special flood hazard area on the properties, and they're all accessed via 66-foot wide access easement. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review, and again, emergency services responded that the increased development in the area they recommended that we name the roads the 66-foot wide access easement roads, and they're identified on the screen in green, the arrows. Some of the concerns at the last Board of Commission meeting were about parking. I have spoken with the applicant, and apologize, these are not the right slides. I'll try to walk you through it. So the farmer's market is here. The proposed hovercraft track is going to go in this area. She proposes to block off this portion of the property, which equates to about a half an acre. By staff's calculations, that's 55 parking spaces. And then she has also proposed to open up approximately an acre over in this area of the pumpkin patch for additional parking to allow another 110 spots. That opens up completely the easement, the 66-foot wide access easement that was in question at the last meeting. sorry. Staff has also noted that the majority of the properties in the surrounding areas, including the underlying zoning district for Lot A, are zoned highway service district, which supports the requested use. And additionally, sign permits will need to be applied for prior to placing any lighted signs on the premises. Pending any questions you might have, staff recommends approval of planned unit development 1909 with conditions.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner DeSanto.
after an on-site inspection, I would recommend for approval.
Second.
Moved by DeSanto, second by Roskinet for approval. We
Madam
do
Chair,
have, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Drews.
parking would all be gravel.
I don't believe they plan to improve any of those surfaces in the pumpkin patch. This is open field right now.
Okay.
The applicant may have other plans for it, but to my understanding, they're not
Did you
planning
need
to
to ask
improve
it?
it.
Do you want to ask the applicant?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, if the applicant would come up, and then we do have our speaker request after that. Your name, ma'am?
Donna, if you just explain what your plans are for the parking. I understand the area. What kind of surface are we talking about?
It's gravel now. Well, the pumpkin patch is not gravel. And I don't intend to do that like this year. I mean, who knows what will happen? If needed, we'll take the fence down and we'll gravel further into there. But yes, right now, everything is gravel.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion from the board? Thank you, Ms. Donna. Next, we have Ms. Kaylin Dreamston. You're good, Ms. Donna, unless we have a question for you, Ms. Donna.
I was gonna,
Okay.
in case questions come up. This is Kalen Dringman. I'm the neighbor, we spoke last time. Speaking with the Donna, I have come across, I have another easement that with help with planning and the appropriate entities, I am seeking to extend my road out to Neck Yoke. And if I do that, this no longer becomes a point of contention with me, and my neighbors can park as they see fit in that area.
Okay.
My viewpoint on lot Charlie C up next to my house, Donna tells me that they are using it the way they intend to use it. Is that correct?
The arena is there. We have an outdoor arena, yes. It is there.
Right, and the way they are using it now is fine with what's going on.
Thank you for talking to Ms. Donna and kind of getting that information, that solution. Sir, we appreciate that.
Right, and
So-
if I need help getting this approved, I appreciate any help that y'all can do for me.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We do have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, motion carries. Item F, please.
Good morning. Item F is Plan Unit Development PU 1905. Is to rezone 20.8 acres from Highway Service District and General Agriculture District to a planned unit development. The applicant, Patrick Hall, has applied to rezone the 3 lots from Highway Service and General Ag to a planned unit development to allow a mixed-use development that will include duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, apartments, commercial businesses, and open space. At full build-out, the applicant anticipates 100 units of duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes, and the market will dictate the number of apartments and the type of commercial businesses. This planned unit development will be implemented in 2 phases and be identified as the Rockerville Goldtown PUD. The Rockerville Goldtown PUD will also include major planned unit development amendment PU 1906, which will be heard at a later time in the meeting. As the property exists today, it is located in what is known as Rockerville off of Main Street and South Rockerville Road. There is one small parcel that is off of South Rockerville Road across from Highway 16. The zoning districts as they are now are Highway Service and General Agriculture. They're vacant of any structures except for one building is under construction right now. This is a fourplex that they have applied for a building permit for and is under construction at this time. Section 213, plan unit development requirements. The intent of a plan unit development is to allow districts in which ingenuity, imagination, and design efforts on the part of the builders, architects, site planners, and developers can produce desirable residential development. The Rockerville Goldtown PUD will provide a mixed-use development that includes residential dwellings, neighborhood commercial business, and open space. Section 213 also has permitted uses. The properties and buildings in the plan unit development are to be planned and organized in a single entity and as one complex land use unit rather than as a group of individual buildings located on separate lots. This plan unit development consists of 16 lots that will become one plan unit development known as the Rockerville Goldtown PUD. The uses permitted in the PUD development may include single-family dwellings, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, apartments, townhomes, patio homes, mobile homes, neighborhood commercial, school sites, parks, wind and solar energy systems, vacation home rentals, and open spaces. This plan unit development will contain up to 100 units consisting of duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. Apartments are also being considered on one of the lots. Permitted uses other than single-family dwellings must be located either within the interior of the plan unit development or in areas where the adjacent uses outside the boundaries of the plan unit development are compatible. The neighborhood commercial businesses will be located on the outside of the PUD. However, the lots are located off the main entrances into Rockerville, off of Main Street and South Rockerville Road. On the screen now is a site plan of what the proposed Rockerville Goldtown PUD will look like. It will consist of a total of 35 multifamily dwelling units, 2 apartment complexes. That green area in the middle is open space. The purple area is a sanitary sewer. There's stormwater improvements and some neighborhood commercial along the main entries into Rockerville. At this time, there are 3 wells that are located within this Rockerville PUD. 2 of the wells are located within Rockerville proper. One of the wells is actually off of South Rockerville Road across from Highway 16. These wells have been tested and produce up to 70 gallons a minute total together. They're relatively shallow wells, with the deepest one being at 136 feet. They were tested for nitrates and E. coli, and the highest nitrate value was 3.36 milligrams per liter. They are proposing community on-site wastewater treatment systems. Our environmental planner has been out there and looked at a profile hole on the subject property, and it is conducive of a conventional on-site wastewater treatment system. It did pass our requirements. Parking requirements, each unit will have parking through garages, driveways, and carports. Other utilities, electricity will be provided by Black Hills Electric Cooperative. Natural gas will be with propane, and internet and telephone lines have not been determined. Staff did route this through the interdepartmental review process. There were a couple items of concern that came up. The emergency 911 had indicated that there are 7 streets located within this PUD that will need to be named. The applicant is aware of that and is working on road names for those streets. The other item that came up of concern was from the fire administrator. He was concerned with fire flows and water storage, sprinkler systems. I do believe that you have an email from him that was given to you prior to this. The Planning Commission did hear this. They did have quite a bit of conversation and took in testimony during this, and they did recommend approval of this with 23 conditions. They did amend several of staff's recommendations. I can go over those changes if you'd like, or we can open it up for discussion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner DeSanto.
I have a specific question. I saw the changes, but I'd like, can you touch on, I wasn't there for the discussion, obviously. Did they talk much about the increased traffic on the 16 and the safety concerns there?
Not really. This was routed to DOT. DOT did not come back with any comments of concern. I know the applicants have been working with Mike Carlson and Stacy Bartlett on this project.
Madam Chair,
Did you have a follow-up, DeSanto?
Well, basically, that's really my only concern is that, we're adding somewhere in the vicinity of 100 additional residents or residents to Rockerville, and that's those particular entrances and exits from the highway are already some blind spots and dangerous, and people are driving 70 miles an hour past those. So I'm a little concerned about the safety aspect of adding all those additional residents. But if DOT's working with them, then I suppose DOT will be addressing that.
Yep, that is it's state, right? Highway? Correct. Around them, okay. Commissioner
And that's one of the
Roskinek?
things I wanted to point out was when we met at the Planning Commission, we were aware that that whole area is going to be in the next 10, in the South Dakota DOT, their long-term plan, that's all going to be rearranged. So we did take that into consideration.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Drews?
Brittany, one of the things I see came from Jerome Harvey. He talks about sufficient water supply. If we're talking this large of a development, are you comfortable with the options that are out there right now that are for the water?
As far as we're concerned, the water system, once that's developed, when you look at our subdivision regulations, they're looking at, 1,000 gallons per minute for a flow of, for 30 minutes. Right now, they have 3 wells that go up to 70 gallons a minute. The other concern is that if there is sprinkler systems in there, is the flow of the water system going to be enough to actually engage the system. So that will be part of the water system development. I have talked to the applicant. They have some proposals and some ideas for you that they would like to speak
Okay.
to
Do you know if
as well.
storage is part of one of those proposals?
I do not. They are going to speak to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek?
I'm just thinking hypothetically, 30 minutes, 1,000, you need 30,000 gallons for 30 minutes. So could you, if you had a water supply and you had 45,000 gallons in storage in a cistern that you would use to supply the water for the 100 units, could you essentially, if that thing was always kept 90% full and you had an emergency, could you pull water out of that for emergency purposes?
That would be the idea. I believe that there's other areas in the hills that have something similar. But as far as the engineering and design, that would have to be addressed during that process.
Okay. Any other questions? Staff? All right, we have 2 speaker requests, and Holly, if you want to have these 2 people come up, and then we have 5-minute limits on speakers today, only because we figured the last ones probably, if they wanted to speak more than 5, that was fine as well, or speak 5 minutes, that was fine. Most of the time, it's about questions here from the board and not speaking for the, 10, 20 minutes or whatever. So we do have 2 speaker request forms, and that is for Guy and Patricia McCabe. And you both get 5 minutes each, if you'd like. You're okay.
Morning.
And your name, ma'am?
Patricia McCabe.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name's Guy McCabe.
Thank you.
I'm gonna let him do most of the speaking. I'm a little emotional.
Okay.
I'm doing fine. My wife and I bought our home April 2017. We moved up here from Denver, Colorado. And prior to moving up here, we had come up here camping, road tripping, having a great time, fell in love with South Dakota. And we get back home, my wife's like, what would you think if we moved to South Dakota? I said, that'd be great. Because where we lived, it was packed, it was crowded.
Got 5 minutes.
I know. When we found our house, we fell in love with it. We're back at the National Forest. We've got one neighbor. We got one neighbor down the street.
This is our driveway right here,
Yes.
and then our neighbor Jim here.
Our concern is, and you gentlemen brought it up, as to water supply. We're on our own well. My neighbor's on his own well. We look at concerns with septic concerns and runoff. This past spring, summer, with winter going all the way into May, and then having a very wet summer, We have a stream that comes up through our front yard and flows under our driveway, heading, we have radon gases at our house. We have a radon mitigation unit downstairs. And these are all things with the construction going on and moving that ground soil. It actually increases more radon coming through the ground. And with it coming through the ground, with the water coming underneath, that also affects the water supply down there too. We're looking at more increased traffic. Come summertime, with the Gaslight Restaurant being there and Raleigh in town, we get thousands of people that come down that road every day. And it's a 40-mile-per-hour road. The highway coming to and from work on 16, try to leave early in the morning to beat traffic, but coming home in the evening, it's a rat race out there. We're looking at increased residents down there, more people, more traffic on a 40-mile-per-hour road. Garbage trucks coming through the neighborhood, extra propane tanks out there. When we first bought the house, we were in a drought. So we had very dry conditions there. There were some fires up in that area, and those are all concerns of ours as well. I've met and talked to Pat Hall. Pat Hall was one of the first gentlemen who introduced himself to me when we bought the house. I have no ill will towards Pat Hall at all. I think for me, I don't have anything bad to say about him. My wife may feel differently, but and Pat has assured me that it's going to go together well and this, that, and the other, but we just have our concerns, and we've got other neighbors who have their concerns about this as well. And
For me, the reason we picked that house was because there was two people, two neighbors there. And now to put all of that in there is just breaking my heart. There's we feed the deer at night. We have a herd that is like they're waiting for us when we get home because we do have national forest behind us. I just don't want to see all of that go away, you know. It's beautiful down there. It's a little oasis. And I'm not against some construction, you know, but to put all of that in there, it makes me sick. I'm sorry.
if we'd want to
That's
live
our
in
dream house.
if we'd want to live in a subdivision, we'd bought a house in Rapid Valley.
Or we'd have stayed in Colorado, you know.
Yeah. But this is our home. This is where we want to feel comfortable. There's nothing constant but change. But this is a lot of change. This is a lot of structure going in a small area, and we're just looking at the increase of traffic volume, the impact on the community or the environment, water supply, and just being able to walk out of our house if I want to walk out in my underwear and feel fine.
Nobody wants to see that.
Nobody wants to see it. That's why we got National Forest behind us. But those are the reasons why we bought that property. We love the exclusivity of it. We love where we're at. We're outside of Rapids, so we can commute into town and beat feet back on out. We go camping. We enjoy the hills, and we would not want to see this happen to anybody else's community either.
And in regards to the traffic, this corner here, this getting onto 16 to go to Hill City, that corner is very blind. You really have to be careful coming out there. And if you've got increased traffic, you're gonna run into all kinds of issues there.
Anything else?
No.
That's it. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
If the board has any questions after the applicant, they can call you up as well.
Yes.
Thank you for coming. Next, we have Lon Buhner.
My name is Lon Buhner. I had the opportunity of talking to the agent, Pat Hall, plus Doug Bell for probably an hour and a half. It was one of the better conversations I've had with regard to the issues that we have in our community. And it was apparent to me that the issues that we face on water quantity and water quality are the same risks that this PUD is going to be looking at. I described this at the planning and zoning meeting as a town within a median of a road. It's a 20-acre town. You already have a restaurant there, you have a motel there, you have a main street there, and you're going to be adding housing. So to try to understand from my perspective, if I had my PUD development hat on, what would I like to see? Or if I was sitting in your shoes, what would I try to address? First off, I do want to point out that the septic volumes and the water usage volumes that are in the staff report do not take into account the 2-3-story buildings or the commercial lots. So depending on how this is developed, you may be looking at much more water use and septic than what is being indicated in the report. I spent quite a bit of time recently dealing with water rights because we are looking at a water rights discussion with the offsetting undeveloped acreage that you're aware of in Rockerville. There's about 50 wells in this area. Almost all of them are domestic wells. They're going to have the highest water priority. I do want to point out that the water rights situation in the Rockerville area is just a mess. There currently are no commercial entities that have a valid water rights, even though they're required by state law. This has gone on, from what I can tell, for 20 to 29 years. Water rights have not been transferred. They're required by law to be transferred within 90 days. I've talked to Brittany about this. I've talked to Michelle about this. I've talked to DNR about this. And I'm confident that it's going to be cleaned up with time, but it's going to take some time to deal with it. The reason I bring that up is it is possible that as this is developed, if the water usage of everybody can't be met, someone's going to have to pay the price. And the water rights priorities are going to become a critical factor. And without the water rights being in place right now, a lot of work's going to have to be done to know what that pecking order is going to be. I would like to say that when I first was aware that this development was going to occur, and I spent very little time looking at this, I got some information from P.J. Conover. And at that point in time, the developer said that they were considering wastewater treatment options that range from a traditional mound system to an aerobic treatment unit. And I spent quite a bit of time talking to you about the geology, talking to you about the inefficiency of a conventional septic. And I would strongly encourage the developer as well as you to consider the aerobic treatment process, mainly to get the nitrate levels of your septic down to a much lower level than conventional septic. They mentioned the stream. Again, I just want to say that there is a stream that pretty much flows year-round and flows from the left-hand side all the way through Rockerville. And I do have a relatively rare book on the flood of 1972, and in that is a picture. It says about 10 miles south of Rapid City on Highway 16. And what it is it's the house that's currently occupied that moved off of its foundation. There was so much water flowing through downtown Rockerville that it actually raised that house and set it essentially on Highway 16. They've moved that house back down, put it on a foundation, and it's currently occupied. But that gives you an idea of the amount of water that can flow through that stream. And I do think that that stream needs to be protected, I think, from an environmental standpoint. So in summary, I guess what I'm saying is, I'm not here to tell you I oppose this. I'm not here to tell you that I support this. But I am here to tell you that I think we need to take the time to get things right. Because in this particular case, with my PUD development hat on, I don't want to be in a reactive mode where we're out of water in that area, and I don't want to be in a reactive mode where we have contaminated water. The reason being, I think the options are going to be limited because you're within a 20-acre area. And the example I'll use is the Gaslight. If their water is contaminated, they're sitting on less than 2 acres. What are they going to do? I don't know what the options totally are. I will say this, geology, I've told you, is extremely important. If you move 1.5 miles to the east, there's a subdivision there that is producing from 600-foot Madison well, making 220 gallons per day. So if we had any chance of bringing external water in and dealing with offsite septic, I think it would ease a lot of the issues that I have.
Thank you, Lon. Is there anyone else that we missed that would like to speak on this issue? Any other opposed? In case we missed anybody. Okay, next we'll have Pat Hall?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. My name's Pat Hall. I'm the applicant, and I guess I don't know where to start. First off, I want to tell you I appreciate the nice words that Guy and Patricia said, and also I think I sent out 71 invitations by mail to come to Rockerville. We had a meeting with all of the people, and as you can see, we have 2 people that have shown up here today that have concerns. I'd like to try to answer those for you if I can. So I guess what I'd like to start with is if there's any questions of me from the commission. Sorry, my throat's a little dry,
Madam Chair.
but we'll get through it.
Okay, first, Commissioner DeSanto.
So probably most importantly, I think we should address Lon's concern about the water. That's probably one of the biggest issues that is
Right.
weighing on people's minds.
Well, 2 things that I would tell you about the water. First off, we have 3 wells on the property. Those water rights go back, I think, to 1954. We've spoken with the state about water rights. They say that they believe they can be transferred to us, and that's what we will do. We tested all 3 wells. The flow, we never affected the water base. In other words, we pumped 15 to 20 gallons a minute per well for 2 to 3 hours and never had any downdraft in the wells. You know, I'm familiar with other wells in the area because I own another piece of property about 2 miles to the north, and there's all kinds of water there. So I don't know how to answer it other than to tell you, looks like we've got plenty of supply. And our plan is to build reservoirs in the complex so that we will have probably about 30,000 gallons of water storage, and that will be developed as the project develops. In other words, your first tank will be 5,000 gallons. Then as you go into the next phase, another 5,000 gallons to be added on. One of the things you have to always remember when you start a project like this, you don't know how successful it's going to be. So we've phased different ideas so that we can still do commercial if we need to, apartments if we need to. But our objective from the start is to create townhomes. And, excuse me again, what I'd like to do is be able to stay under a 15% coverage. That has a lot to do with drainage. So if I build 80 to 100 units, and we're talking about not 20 acres, but 25 acres here. I think we have to discuss the other 5 acres again. But so then what I'm hoping for is less than 15% coverage on the land. So one townhome of 4 units has a base ground space of 4,300 square feet. There's 43,560 square feet in each acre. So that's what the total plan is. Plenty of backup water. The sewer systems, we're going to comply with the state. We've had the inspector out. We'll have 2 systems is the way we see it. What we'll use for sewer systems, primarily the number 1 system will be the purple area that you see by 16A. If we need to go to a second area, then we'll go into the green area. And again, all I can tell you is, hey, we're going to comply with the state and do the job right. I'd hope that if you know anything about our background or my background in doing developments, I've had this happen before from Carriage Hills to Kirkwood, where there's always going to be some people that don't want you to do something. And I can tell you that a lot of those people, that were against developments I've done have now bought properties within the development. And that's because we try to do it right. Sorry, I got a little long-winded. So do you have some other questions of me? There's a couple more comments that I'll want to make after questions.
Commissioner Drews.
Pat, I'm sure that you've seen the recommendation by our fire administrator.
Yes, you know, if you notice on that, I just got that at 9:30 last night.
Okay. The 1,000 gallons per minute available fire flow is a concern of his, of having sufficient water for a sustained period of time in order to be able to fight fires.
Well, I don't know that he said it's a concern. I think what he said is that's what he wants.
That's what he wants, and he also points out that that's the precedent that we and the Planning Commission have established previously.
Sure, and what I want to do is there's two things in this requirement, and as I said, I just got this at 10:30 last night. However, or maybe it was 9:30. However, I had discussed it with him before, and what he said is if we don't reach an agreement with him, then we come to the commissioners to explain what we're trying to do, and then you tell us yes or no. And so what I'm hoping is that today we can have the first reading approved, subject to working through those things, because I haven't had a chance to thoroughly discuss it with them. And then by the second reading, we have it resolved, or you have to tell me yes or no.
I guess my question, Pat, really is do you have, with what you saw on that, do you have a concern that you'd be able to meet those standards?
I can't answer that question now,
Okay.
because as I said, I think I got the standards Friday. There's some research that I have to do on that.
Okay.
And that if I can't, I'm not afraid to ask for an exception that I can explain why.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I just wanted to express to the people that showed up today that I think this plan is like a master plan or a vision, is what I should say. It's a vision that he has to go move forward. That's not saying next year you're going to have that whole place done up. Mr. Rosknecht and myself were very familiar with Rockerville area and how it's changed over the years. And so he may get 4 townhouses set up and then things may get stalled. So I just wanted to reassure you that this isn't going to happen in a short period of time.
Well, the other thing that, Mr. LaCroix, that I think is important, and as I said, I discussed it with Guy too. If I keep this down to a 15% coverage of the lots, I can't do all of that. And the reason, when I talked with the planner, the reason those things are put in there is if you can't do if you can't do all the townhomes, if the project doesn't succeed, you still have to have some other options to go to. And by the way, I'm really asking for a zone down from commercial.
Thank you. Couple questions. Pat, the main thing is that when you have the buildings that you have, instead of you have a 70 gallons per minute water pressure right now, and that you need up to at least 1,000. That's the least amount you need.
Yeah.
He's not trying to make you do above and beyond that. He's actually meaning the fire administrator. So I don't think that's a bad thing. Depending on how many units and things you have, you're going to need that storage or those sprinkler systems. But a sprinkler systems wouldn't matter in this case anyway, because if you didn't have enough water to push through them at 1,000 gallons per minute, they'd be worthless. So in this case, I know Brittany, you had said something that they could do a certain amount with the water they had, but after that, you couldn't issue a building permit unless they had that certain amount of storage or that certain amount of water flow. What were you talking about on that?
Correct. If you look at
Number 18.
Number 18, that the entire water system be operational by the time the fourth building permit. The reason for that condition was the EPA and the state requires in a water system, if you have 15 units or 25 people, your community water system, it does require, there's certain requirements for it. You could add on to that for the fire flow or the same thing. I know in number 17, the planning commission did change that recommendation, the development and fire protection, that there is some requirement that the drainage engineer and the fire administrator look at the ability, the central water system for its ability for fire protection.
Okay,
So that is number 17, and then number 18, there is already a limitation on the number of building permits that we would issue before the water system is approved.
So basically, we have that covered, and Pat can work with basically the drainage, DNR and fire administrator to make sure he complies with central water system.
Correct,
that what
that's
you're
number
saying?
17 and 18.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
So, hold on, just
Oh, go
a
ahead.
sec, Commissioner. And then on the septic, you haven't decided if you were doing mound or aerobic or what you're doing at this point, Pat, just because if you do have that much water coming through there, I guess, and Brittany maybe looked at this too, that probably mounds aren't gonna, depending on if you have that much water, mounds aren't gonna be working in this area, if I'm correct. Because I think in Green Valley where the water was and where there was a lot of water, it didn't do anything. All it did is flood it and they got it in their water system. So can you tell me basically what kind of system that you plan on putting in there, Pat?
Yes. We had, the county came out and we dug at their direction a test hole. They've told us they prefer the septic tank and drain field. We are gonna look at the mound system as well.
Okay.
When you hear about the water, you gotta realize the runoff is all towards 16. There's not a lot of water in the areas where you see the tiny homes that are built, to be built. So I mean, you're not gonna go out there and dig down 8 foot and find a bunch of water in the soil. Never has been, and it wouldn't be if you went today. We dug a 10-foot trench, and there was no moisture, no water in that 10-foot trench.
The main thing is that if you're doing this big a development, your drainage is gonna affect the properties around it. So that's more the concern. You probably will contain yours in a sense, but what's the runoff on anybody else's that you might affect? And to make sure that that isn't affecting somebody else's, because you already know the more pervious area, the more drainage you get.
Yes, Commissioner, our intention is to comply with state law.
Do you have any concerns with that drainage plan that they have, Brittany? And what would happen if that drainage did start affecting other people's property?
Well, the septic issues with the number, had, as Mr. Beaner had indicated, the amount of wastewater that would be discharged in the area. It's kind of when you look at wastewater flow, it's kind of a twofold thing. Your wastewater flow in these types of areas that are somewhat arid, unfortunately, are what recharge some of your water resources.
Right.
We have a similar development up off of Nemo Road where we had similar concerns, where we had a large cluster of homes in a sensitive area and Canyon Springs. What they did is they do have conventional drain fields, but they do have advanced treatment units that are put in so that the nitrates and the phosphates and the BOD levels are very low. So by the time that it does go into the soil treatment area, the levels of contaminants are pretty minuscule.
So that can happen in this development, or do we have to say that that's something that's a requirement, or how do we protect the water if based on the septic system and based on DNR standards and our standards?
For that particular subdivision, that was something that was approved by the board, and that's what has been implemented because it is a condition of that subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner DeSanto.
Possibly, and Pat, you may have already addressed this, and this may already be a plan, but there was a 15-year study done in Scottsdale, Arizona on putting house fires out. based on a 2,000 square foot house. And if those townhomes have sprinkler systems in them, it's going to reduce the amount of water that is needed tremendously. So a 2,000 square foot house on average with a sprinkler system, it takes 395 gallons to put the fire out. Whereas if the firefighters show up and have to hook up to the hydrants, it's 3,000 gallons of water to put the same fire out. So maybe that's a solution to the amount of water that's needed. If you install sprinkler systems, you're going to reduce the amount of water that's required to mitigate a fire.
Sure. There's a lot of different things that we can look at, because one of the things is the volunteer fire department that is 2 3/4 mile from our property on Highway 16 has a 60,000 gallon reservoir. I've spoken with the fire chief. They have 2,500 gallon tanker. They also have in their secondary station, which is on Neck Yoke Road, another tanker that is 1,200 gallons. We would have storage on site that they would have access to in our storage tanks. So I think we're going to be able to provide, and in talking with the fire chief, which I'll be glad to have her come, she's noticed on a copy of this as the protection that is provided by the rural fire departments, and their tankers supply water is what I'm trying to say. So I'd like to have the opportunity to discuss this a little further with the fire department, Pennington County Fire Administrator, you call him here, excuse me, and then be able to discuss it a little more in detail and hopefully resolve that at the second reading. Is that fair to what I'm trying to say? Am I making myself clear?
So there's 2 readings to both of these, Brittany? Okay, F and G, or just, there's,
So 1905 is actually a rezone to the plan unit development. The next is the comprehensive plan amendment, so that it changes the future land use from highway service to the plan unit development. And then 1906 is actually, there's an existing plan unit development right there at the corner of South Rockerville Road and Main Street.
Okay.
It's an existing PUD that was put in place in 1981. It's basically to amend that PUD to become
part of this.
part of this PUD.
Gotcha.
Basically, the only second reading would be item G.
Correct.
Okay.
So Brittany, so the old PUD is now encompassed completely in the property that Pat Hall owns?
Yes, that
Okay.
will be, and that's an
Okay.
item, yes.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Roskinick.
So Pat, if this goes forward, where would you probably start? I know where the ones that you have now, but where would the next step be? I just like to see kind of visualize the progression.
So there isn't a second reading on F, guys.
Right. There is?
No.
No.
Pat, you know there's no second reading on F. So what we decide on F today, on the drainage, the fire suppression and all that is final today. The only second reading is on G, which is.
No, the
Oh,
second
no,
reading is
that's
on F. There's
What?
no second reading on G and H.
Okay, okay, I thought you just said,
Yeah, 1905 is F, and so that's the rezone. G is the comprehensive plan amendment, so that's going to be,
G and H are only one reading.
yes.
Okay,
F and
that's,
H are the-
okay, and I apologize, because I just said to you, the only one we have to redo is G,
Right,
so.
it gets confusing because there's a multitude of,
So just a clarification,
Okay.
so, sorry, Pat,
Thank you.
I'm wrong.
Thank you. This is the current unit that we built under the current zoning. And what we would do is follow this road up and around and come out here. That'll be the first phase. And that'll probably tell us pretty well what this market is like.
You got any idea what the overall time frame could be? if everything works out.
If everything was perfect, it'd be a 3-year development. 5 years is what we forecast. In 7 years, you're gonna wish you wouldn't have started it.
Well,
Us or you?
if this proceeds, I'd just encourage you to work with the neighbors
Oh, yeah, thank you.
to limit any impact. And that might be just as you develop, try to stay away from it as much as possible.
Madam Chair.
Well, there's, one of the things, Ron, you make a good point. We don't know how soon the highway change is gonna come. And the highway change will impact some of the ground. For example, the state's talking about taking out one of the exits. And we're on both sides of that exit. If that happens, it's gonna be a lot nicer for Guy and Pat, because we'll be able to not have to utilize some of the ground that is next door to them. And that'll be the last phase that I'm gonna do. But the important thing that I want to ask of you is, because I just received these stipulations, that I would like to be able to meet with the fire protection people, go through it and see if we can come to a satisfactory conclusion. Everything else, I'd like you to approve, if you would, today. And then whatever there needs to be the second reading on, I'm willing to do.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, I'd make a motion to approve the plan unit development PU 19-05 to rezone 20.08 acres from Highway Service District, General Agriculture District to planned unit development with 23 conditions.
Motion by LaCroy, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Drews. Commissioner Roskinick, question?
I was just going to say, if you meet with Harvey, I'd encourage to invite Gail Schmidt, the fire chief, so that we're all on the same page.
Thank you. That's a good suggestion.
Okay, so we do have a motion to approve.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Drews.
I'm just reading, I'm trying to see if we need to make any adjustments in these. But it looks to me like everything is pretty well covered as far as making sure the Pennington County Fire Administrator would need to approve the central water system and the water needs. So what's stipulated, I think, is probably sufficient at this point.
Ms. Brittany, did we miss anything on the fire suppression or anything before we approve this that we missed?
No, I believe items 17 and 18 cover it, because we can't issue the fourth building permit until that central water system is implemented, and it would have to be reviewed in accordance with number 17.
Okay. And we don't have inspectors, Brittany, so how are we gonna know? They just come up for the next building permit and we'd know it by that?
Yes. Whenever we look at building permits, we look at the underlying zoning, the PUD requirements, CUP requirements. We go through conditions prior to issuance.
Okay, thank you. We do have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Item G is the comprehensive plan for Rockerville Town. Do we have a motion or discussion?
Move for approval.
Moved by LaCroy, second by Roskinick. Any discussion?
Sorry. Yes, I was going to.
Okay.
As far as this item, I had spoke to our state's attorney's office. We probably should continue these. We can hear them, but continue them, because we shouldn't be, if we don't approve the second reading on the first item, then these two next items would be moot.
Continued to the next meeting?
Yes.
F and G?
F and,
G
or
and H.
G and H.
G and H.
G and H.
G and H. F has been,
Move to continue G and H to the
March 4th?
March 4th commission.
I'll second that.
got to move.
March 3rd
March 3rd?
commission.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second by DeSanto and Roskinick.
So is this a
for-
substitute,
Yep.
since you guys already,
Substitute motion.
Substitute. That's a
you already
substitute.
had a motion on?
Okay,
Oh,
so item G and H is for continuance till March 3rd from DeSanto and Roskinick. All in favor, say aye.
aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
I think we got it. Item I, approval of the annual MS4 stormwater report and stormwater management plan.
Cody Sack, Environmental Planner. The MS4 annual report Pennington County is part of MPDS permit through the state, and this is a requirement that we have to go through. Every year, there's 3 zones in Pennington County that are within the MS4. My PowerPoint's not pulling up, but it's Rapid Valley, Colonial Pines, and then there's one up off of Universal Drive. It's just some state requirements that we have to make. Really, the only one that we weren't able to complete this year that's a requirement is dry weather screening. It wasn't really dry enough to go out and do any dry weather screening this year, so we weren't able to achieve that. And then one other thing to note too is that we do update the stormwater management plan every year, and this year it'll have to be updated again because within a month or so we're going to be bringing 507 in front of the board for an amendment, which is the construction permit, so things will have to change. Other than that, there's really nothing
Pertinent.
changed from last year.
Do we have a motion or a second?
Move to
Motion or a
approve.
second or discussion?
Move to approve.
Moved by DeSanto,
Second.
second by Drews. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Cody. Items from Commission Assistant.
All right, Commissioners, the item in front of you is to schedule a commission retreat. This is a new exercise that we would like to try this year for the board to get together and go off-site and work on some brainstorming, goals, team building, that kind of things. Obviously, we would issue a notice of quorum, but there would be no action taken or anything at that time. But it would give staff some direction, what the board's wishes are to move forward and work towards. I certainly will stand for any questions. Typically Fridays work best for your schedules with other meetings and your regular day jobs. But we're looking at a Friday in April if this is something the board is interested in.
Thank you, Holly. And this came about, this year we had the department heads put down their goals. And then Holly, you did send that to the board, the goals. And that we would like to know if the commission, I know we have a couple people, Ron has brought forth some stuff on VHRs and road districts, some of that kind of stuff, that his kind of goal is to work with Highway and Michelle and Brittany on, but we wanted to know if there's any goals for the other commissioners that they would like to work with the staff on. The staff has sent some of our stuff, and maybe we could have commissioners, figure out on those goals who would like to work in those areas, that kind of thing, so we could accomplish some of those things for them. Also, some team building is important, and to discuss some of the stuff that Gary and I, Holly, Cindy, John, and some of the other department heads have been discussing on budget that they would like to work on, and what would probably be something that would be positive for our budget going forward. Just some ideas, that kind of thing. That way we can get everybody in the room so we're all on the same page, so people aren't thinking they're missing something or they might miss something. And also, again, to work with the staff and some of their goals, I think is very positive. We have a great team this year, and we figured it was the time for us to be part of the team with the department heads and how we could help them accomplish their stuff as well as ours. So,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner DeSanto.
which weekend is Easter?
Oh, I apologize. I didn't even think about that.
It is the 12th.
Yes.
So let's rule out the 10th,
Okay.
3rd, and the 17th.
If there's any suggestions that we're missing that they'd like, commissioners would like to, talk about or something, you can send those to Holly in case we're missing something, but we're gonna have John facilitate it, because he can kind of tell us on some of those goals, and he's working with Cindy on some of the things for budget and other things, so he would be able to answer it. We would like Holly and Joan to be with us at this meeting also because they do a lot of our work.
Right.
Joan has been very interested in planning and thinks it's pretty exciting to know and to learn some of the things that, you know, we're going through. And we already know Holly is the one who helps us accomplish most everything we do in our office. So hopefully no objection to having those two with us
I
as
think
well.
April 3rd would be
Sounds good to me.
good for me.
April 3rd.
And I know the memo says 12 to 4, but we were thinking start at 9 in the morning and then break for lunch and
Okay.
have the afternoon to wrap up if there's anything else that we need to accomplish.
So 9 to, what were you thinking, 2, Holly? Okay.
Yeah. So basically, the motion we're seeking today is to just schedule a commission retreat on April 3rd, 2020, starting at 9 a.m. and direct staff to make the necessary arrangements.
So move.
Is there a second?
Just my words,
Second.
Holly.
Moved by Drew, second by
Me.
DeSanto. Discussion or concerns? Ron, you okay? Lloyd?
I'm good.
My only concern is I've got some things coming up and I don't even know the dates right off the head. I'm gonna have, be leaving down to Vegas sometime shortly and I don't know, I'd have to talk to the wife to figure out those dates for work-related stuff.
I think this is April.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
She asked me about it the other day, and so that's why I don't have it in my calendar. They confirmed the day. I'm thinking it might be the end of March and part of April, but I'm sure we're coming back on Thursday, so that might be that date.
Might work out.
Yeah, it might.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holly. 18 is items from chair and commission members.
Attended the library board meeting, and
Works.
is that what we're doing?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
And we got into very, very deep discussion about keeping the, now it's gonna slip my mind what the name of that is, but basically the group here in town that researches history of families and
Archaeological.
there you go. And anyway, they have 1,700 books at the or 1,500 books at the library right now, and the library was looking to reduce the number of books that are on hand because it's the least used group of books. So we had a good 45-minute discussion with all of those people from that society, and I think what we're going to do is we're having a discussion, the library director's having a discussion with their president to see if they can't weed out some of those and get them down to around, I think we were looking at around 700 as opposed to 1,500. So,
Wow.
no, it was more than that. We were cutting it by a quarter. So,
The reason
just
they're
to
not
make
used is
just to make more room for
Books.
other books that are used more frequently. And but you know, they came up with a lot of good points as far as why they needed that number of books, and they're also looking at suggesting at digitalizing a good number of those books, but that could take many, many years according to the IT person down there at the library. So and they're moving forward with their new cooling system that'll be starting up at the beginning of April. And so they'll have a new heating and cooling system in the library that'll be much more efficient. And that's about it.
Do they, Mark, just a question, do they intend for the future of libraries to turn into something else? Meaning, is libraries going to be sustainable for the future when internet and everything else is coming about? We had said this 10 years ago, that books, you know, some people like holding that book, but most people are getting to the point where they have it digitalized. I can't say the word digitized. So where's that put the library in making money and being able to actually call a library
It's a
instead
good
of a
question.
place?
Right now, usage at the library is up. And so people do like coming in and looking at books, but they also the usage of the computers at the library is up too. So the library's keeping up with the times in increasing their technology to make it more attractive. They've just put in a 3D printer that people can come in and use.
Wow.
They have a poster maker that's 5 feet long or something like that. So they're adding a lot of things that people are interested in using these days. And so I think that by doing that, adding those additional incentives for people to come in and use the library, I think they aren't going to have much trouble. And again, people like going in and picking up a book and sitting down and relaxing and reading it rather than reading it on the internet or reading it on a phone or that kind of stuff. So
Mark, can I piggyback on yours a little bit?
sure.
For answering Deb's question, is I attended about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, a workshop with Malcolm Chapman and the library group on the vision of what the library wanted to do and so forth. And I think they're doing a lot of that, as you see, they language wise, as far as the steps you see, the stuff on that. They hold meetings there. They do a multitude. It's not just the books anymore. They've expanded their horizons. They know they needed to be more of a social event, I should say, not just so.
I'm just finding it's more digitized, and then that the computers that are needed for people that don't have computers, they're doing it more for people that need that extra help in their lives in order to have a computer, have some of those needs met that truly couldn't afford that kind of stuff.
Right.
And then they're having basically meeting spaces for people and renting out some of their spaces, and it's turned it more into almost like a business setting
Center.
environment. Yes.
Yeah. And
So,
something that Lloyd pointed out too is their reading programs are packed. I mean, you get tons of kids coming in there for different reading programs and stuff
nice.
like that. And I don't think that'll ever change where kids like to be read to, and illustrated to, and that type of thing. So I think that that's going to be something that's going to keep the library strong for a long time. Those types of programs.
Nice. Roscoe?
Well, our last building committee was 2 weeks ago, and Mike Cool expressed concern, not immediate, but the way the city's doing their paid parking, that we're going to need more parking for our complexes. And he's looking at a lot which would be two blocks east. I think Great Western Bank currently owns. So we're just kicking tires right now, see if what the possibility would be if they want to sell. And then the block to the west of that's developed with 16 ID for assessment purposes, or sites that have IDs. And so I took the liberty to identify each one of those owners and legal descriptions, just in the event that's the direction we want to go. We can, I threw out, we should maybe put an option on those, and if they sell, we have the first right of refusal. If they don't, but the bottom line is, if we're going to go that direction, we need to get those options out there. So we're just kicking tires right now. Yesterday morning, relative to my being on the committee for aging, I donated 2 hours at the Little White Church, their food pantry, because some of the folks that came in there were over 60. And then right after that, I got over at 11 yesterday. I attended the ribbon cutting for the Meals on Wheels program, which is going to be at the Hill City Cafe.
Nice.
And so after that, that evening, I went to the Hill City's Library Board of Trustees meeting, and I can mirror exactly what Mark said. That is very dynamic. Visitation in January was over 1,000 computers. There was 149 30-minute sessions. Wi-Fi, there's 535 sessions. The Imagination Club, 33 participated. Story Time, 35, and Book Club, 11. I didn't realize that thing was so dynamic, but I totally agree with Mark. That interaction with people it's really amazing, so.
Thank you, Ron.
Madam Chair, I had one other
Commissioner.
extension.
Suzanne?
Did not make their meeting, however, they sent me some information in the meeting, and we're working on doing some improvements to the building. Over the years, that building has deteriorated quite a bit, so they're looking at a new roof, getting a pretty large crack that goes the entire length of the building on the backside of the building sealed up, adding smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors to the building as well. And then the 4-H would like to encourage a stronger relationship with the commissioners, get us more involved. I know Lloyd and I went and did doing judges for one of their events, going to Washington, D.C. They'd like us to be more involved in judging their achievement awards and those types of things. They'd like us to attend their recognition banquet. And they're talking about getting a youth commission going. So I'm going to hear more about that at the next meeting that we have, and I'll bring that back to you guys. But I don't know what the structure of that is going to be, but I think it would be very good for kids, and they're looking at children, at the kids from 14 to 18 years old, being more involved in knowing what commissioners do and what decisions we make and how we come about those decisions. So,
Nice.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Back to the building and grounds, I see one of their department goals
Yeah.
is to successfully replace chiller number 3 in the energy plant, which they're doing right now.
Okay.
So anybody wants to go down there after this meeting, that's what they're doing.
chiller?
They're doing that today.
Nice. Mine is, me and Janet went to Pier, and I took Janet. I was the chaperone. And she did an amazing job at committee on registration fees and getting those passed at committee level for $25. We already are doing it in Pennington County, but she got a little bit of crap from a lawyer out of state and said, this isn't law. So Janet took it upon herself, which is good because we have 1,800, if I'm correct. Maybe I'm 8. You'll have to verify that, Janet, but it's a lot of out-of-state vehicle registrations, and the work they have to do through her office on phone calls when they're trying to get those the people at the counter waited on when they have all these phone calls from other people from out of state. So one of the commissioners did ask Janet, is $25 enough for all the work? So she said it's a good starting point just to get it through. So hopefully I represented well on this, Janet. And again, she did a really good job. I met a treasurer from Sully. Her name was Helen, and she was very nice, and she helped us as well. So had a good a meeting with some of the legislators down there. Went to a couple different lobbyist areas and talked to different legislators that represent us. So that was pretty cool. And then the Attorney General, Jason Ravnsborg, he was there, so we sat there and talked with him for about an hour as well. So it was kind of cool. I've never really done that. That's been Gary and Ron Buskard's job. So it was fun, and thank you for the opportunity, Janet. We had a good time. And then also I went to the chamber board for Gary. He was gone. So there was a presentation by Tom from Elevate. He is the Economic Development Director. He's working on trying to be less contentious between the chamber and the Elevate group right now. I can tell you he does an amazing job, and they need to, in my personal opinion, need to incorporate the chamber in with Elevate, which they are doing at this time. He really knows what he's doing. He does the research. He does what he needs to do in order to do that job, which he did an amazing presentation. I'll just tell you, he's working and he's actually accomplishing things that we needed to have done years ago. So good job by him. I went to the Fire Service Board. They also went and they're trying to pass a bill for fire. I can't I can't remember the bill, maybe Gary can give you a little bit more insight on it. But, they are working in Pier to try to recoup some of the money from like the Forest Service areas and the state parks and stuff, at least $1,000. They also asked them why only 1,000, and again, it's a good starting point for them, so they can recoup some of their money then in those areas that, basically they're fighting fires and doing things, which they can, like I said, with that bill, they actually did a really good job in committee. We also are working on budgets and bylaws, like the commission has said. We did find out there's PILT money at 1.3, $1.8 million that's put in the general fund. That actually is for roads and firefighters and different things, that we do not have it designated for anything. It's just put in the general fund that, they might be looking at to help their, reserves, because they will be needing, radios and some other things on that fire service board that is crucial for them in 2026. So they need some capital improvement funds, for that. So, other than that, I think I'm good. Gary?
Well, you took care of mine because you covered the chamber for me, or Elevate Board, so thank you, and I don't understand any others.
Okay, Lloyd?
I attended the collective healing meeting. That was a 3-hour meeting. They were gonna present their stuff to the police department by the end of the next month. I also attended, probably one that I forgot, but since you bring up the chamber, the Economic Development Foundation, they had a retreat to talk about the future of the foundation. And that's where I'd sent out an email to Holly that they may want to come give us a presentation, Tom Johnson. And the Economic Development Foundation is going to fold into Elevate. And they've been working on that for quite a while, but once the building's completed and stuff, then the event, I don't even know how to pronounce it right now, Ascent Buildings, once that's done, then everything will go forward and that'll happen, the foundation. And one of the things they talked about was the foundation board will go away, but taking at least 2 or 3 of the members of that board that have the history, because they kind of need that history to move on, to explain what's going on when they go to elevate, there we go. Another thing I attended was the YFS Policy Committee meeting. Another one was the MacArthur grant release. As you guys have heard, that we received that grant again. I can't exactly remember, 1.2, I think it was. And to continue doing the work that they're doing, and Liz and Barry and them are talking and working on about coming up with a presentation to the commission about what's going on. I think Liz had sent us some paperwork that was supposed to be distributed. I had it, but I don't know if you guys got it. It was just a quick cheat sheet of some of the numbers of if the jail and so forth. If you haven't gotten it, I'll get with her and have her send that back out. The other thing I attended the youth city council meeting was last week. All I'm doing as a mentor there was sitting behind if you have any questions as they're running the meetings. Lance is in the middle and Laura's on the other side, so we're taking sides to help the kids with motions or so forth. But the biggest one we had was yesterday. We had a local government 101 and a team building workshop from 1 to 5 yesterday. And if you look at my Facebook page, you'll be able to see some of the stuff that we did. We did the human knot, and we did another one. The first picture you're going to see is 4 people holding a string with a pen on it, and they're trying to write a name on a piece of paper. And until you sit back and think about it, you got 4 people going 4 different directions trying to do the same thing. That's the whole concept of the whole thing. So they had some really great team building stuff that they were doing, and they've laid out an agenda for what they want to focus on and so forth. And, you know, Mark, if they're talking about, 4-H is talking about something, a youth group or something, with the way Sean with the school system, I can hook you up with him. He's the one that kind of helped these young kids get this going. But it's, the youth council is not the actual council. I learned a lot through this commission. I gave some history on youth engagement to these kids. And then in turn, they gave me the information of how they got to where they are now. And with Sean's help, this is like a committee. The youth council is like a committee, like any other one underneath the city council. So they're just like a recommending body. That's how they formed. And he'd have more information, be able to classify that. But, you know, it's a recommending body, not one that can give orders. So, but it's still great concept, and they're still laying the foundation for what they're doing. It's still young. They're going to have to learn. I've got some ideas to try and help maybe in the future, but that's coming down the road. But it's really exciting to see these young people move. I gave them the prime example of what I've seen the youth done is back when the Civic Center was first getting discussed. There was a big master plan, extravagant type thing, and they formed a special committee to work on it. And I was part of that. Me and Dan Davis. Dave Davis. Dave Davis said we needed youth voice, and so we had a youth group that did some outstanding work for the Civic Center. They went out and did Survey Monkey, found out if the kids approved it or not. When their first Survey Monkey, they all said, nope, don't know nothing about it, don't want it. Then they went out to the schools, educated, had special meetings, educated the students, did another Survey Monkey, and they come back, they were all for it. They did this all in about 6 weeks. Our committee went on for over a year. So I'm telling you, these kids move. And that's the biggest thing about this whole thing is they're not afraid to try something new and move forward, and they're not afraid to make a mistake. So that's it.
Else?
Yeah, but I got one more thing to add.
Go ahead. You're okay.
Well, Joe
Start
gave
getting
me
our
some
brains moving. This is what happens.
Joe gave me some interesting information. You know, a while back I had asked whether or not we could use jail labor to build the fence, to replace the fence along Sheridan Lake Road, thinking that it would save us money. But winds up that if we bid it out to a contractor, we could do it for around $11,000. If we use the jail, the inmates to do it, because of the additional staff we would have to provide to watch the inmates and to teach them how to do it and to instruct them, and then the different pieces of equipment that we don't have because we don't build fences on a daily basis. By the time it's all said and done, it would cost us $18,000 using the prison labor. So it was quite a lot better deal hiring a contractor, but it was worth a try, right?
Unskilled labor stuff, yes. Everybody done? Okay, 20 is 2020 legislative session.
Okay. I'll give you a little rundown on several of the bills that been following. This was all current as of the time of committee meeting starting this morning. Senate Bill 24 is the one that Scott Guffey talked to us on a couple of weeks ago. This is relative to fees on pesticide licenses. It passed the Senate in the form that we really don't want. And so Scott and his crew are still working on trying to get it amended in the House to give a break to government entities instead of charging them the full rate. And so that work will continue on. Senate Bill 68 was that gross receipts tax for a half-cent sales tax. That was killed in committee. We have Senate Bill 157, which is actually a governor's bill, and this is regarding to county zoning and appeals process. I want to thank Michelle for her effort on this bill of trying to get some information to them to make some friendly amendments to the bill, really, to bring that in conformance with other state statutes. And what this would do is it would really simplify for business, designed primarily for agriculture business, but it could impact any kind of business trying to locate or expand within the state. And so it actually gives the county some powers back relative to planning and zoning and so forth. So I think it's a good bill. That actually comes up tomorrow in Senate State Affairs. House Bill 1006 is a bill, well, there's several of these bills that are all tied to ag assessments, of trying to, if you remember, there was I don't remember who actually told us, it might have been Lori from the governor's office when she was here, but there's well, and we heard it last year during the assessments process that, ag land out here is treated, the soils are treated the same way as they are in eastern South Dakota, and it just doesn't work for our people out here because we may have the top soils in a particular area of some ranch land or grassland, so it's rated higher, but it doesn't make sense that you go in there and break that ground and farm it. It's great grass, and so that's what they're working on. And there's a couple of legislators from the area, Chaffee from Sturgis area and Gary Kamak from Union Center, that are working on a number of bills of trying to nurse these through the legislative process. Then there's Janet's bill, which is House Bill 1079, and as Deb said, Janet obviously did a great job on that, and from our lobbyists and peer, I also received the same word that Deb said, is that Janet did a great job in explaining what this bill would do. House Bill 1099, this was another half-cent gross receipts tax, but this is the one that would have been for county infrastructure needs and could only be used for that and would have automatically been referred to a vote of the taxpayers. It did fail. I think they got 32 in favor and 35 against in the House, and so they got closer than they have in the past relative to that. And let's see, House Bill 1252. This actually has several of our legislators on it as sponsors, but this is a bill which would grant property tax relief to individuals that have lived in their home for 30 years. And so it's long-term residence, and it would give long-term property freeze. And so I asked Shannon on it, and Shannon said this would freeze the assessment at what it was when the owner turned 65. So, and as he explained, when they're age 66 and 67, that may not mean a lot, but when they're 90, it means a lot. Yeah. And so I personally am opposed to that. I don't know what the commissioners would like to do, but I would encourage you to look that bill up, 1252, and make your thoughts known, because there are quite a few of the legislators from the Black Hills on that bill. 1259, again, that's on the assessed value of agricultural land, as well as House Bill 1270. And I think the bill that Deb was referring to, that Jerome and other emergency management are working on, is House Bill 1288. And what they're trying to do is allow for emergency services to be able to charge some fees for their service. There's a lot of calls that ambulance services receive where there's no way of collecting back on it, and so they're really asking for, and they're asking for sort of a minimum on that bill. So I think it's actually probably a pretty good piece of legislation. Questions?
How about the one with, the, PTSD one? What number is that?
Oh, you know, I don't remember the number on that. There is a bill in, it came in from, Representative, Schwach. He's from down in the Yankton area. What he was trying to do is create a state law which required, for first responders for basically PTSD type, issues, that they receive counseling, that would be mandatory. Through the company that I work for, we're trying to set it up, and I'm not necessarily working on it, but two of the other people are trying to set it up to provide this service for all of the members that are part of that program, and we cover about 10,000 volunteer firefighters and ambulance services in the state. And we know that there's a need for that type of counseling for a lot of these individuals. And so we're doing a pilot project right now in the Davison County, which is Mitchell, in that 911 territory, which takes in 6 counties altogether. We're doing a pilot project in that right now, and trying to work out the bugs on it. And one of the difficult things is trying to match up appropriate counselors for what the need is. Mm-hmm. And so, we got a lot of rural areas in South Dakota where it's not necessarily convenient to get to a counselor either. So we're trying to figure out those dynamics of how this might work. But the pilot project, I think, they're looking at probably not more than a year. It was going to start January 1, but because of the airplane crash at Chamberlain in December, they initiated it at that point in time. And, that was kind of an interesting aspect to it, because that was a plane that took off essentially in a snowstorm, crashed right after takeoff in a field. You got inches, if not feet, of snow in a field. You can't get emergency equipment out there. You have 6 fatalities. You got 3 critically injured. You can't get them out. You can't get to them, even to get them out. And so when you do get to them, you don't really have what you need for the provisions to try to take care of them. And so there was about 60 responders to that event. And so they did a debriefing right afterwards. And 40 of those first responders came in. And they all had different issues with it, as you can imagine. Most of these people are all trained for things like this, but I mean, not necessarily like this. I mean, there's always unique things that happen that just, they need some help. And so we'd like to be able to provide that under our coverage at no cost. We'll see through this pilot project if this will work. We have talked to the sheriff's office here. They do some of that on their own when they see that the need is there. They too say that, the real issue is trying to make sure you get that, whatever those needs are, lined up with a appropriate counselor.
I'll tell you, upon arriving on a scene and the frustration of not being able to do what needs to be done, can have long-term effects on your psyche. Having to walk away from something like that, knowing that had you had this other equipment there, had you had this other resource, you would have been able to save another life. And so, yeah, I mean, I talked about it when we did at our awards banquet. PTSD is a big reality in first responders, and it needs to be addressed. So that's fantastic that you're working on that, for sure. I did have a question, Gary, on the assessment freeze for the 30-year owners.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, it sounds like a great idea to me. Yep. But one thing that popped into my mind right away is, how do you prove that the owner is still residing in that residence? And so how many people are going to be able to, if it passes, how many people are going to be able to, so to speak, scam the system? They may own it. They may have owned it for more than 30 years,
but maybe they're letting their kids live there, and they've already split for Arizona, or something like that. How do you keep track of that?
It's a good point. We do have statutes that allow for low-income elderly to apply for exceptions to this. What this actually does is take off that minimum amount of income, so it'd be wide open.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I asked Shannon, I said, so how many $1 million properties plus would that impact in Pennington County? And he said probably 20. So.
It's huge on our bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
Not that we don't like helping people, but.
Yeah.
Madam
Thinking
Chair,
of the bottom end, but then it's affecting the top.
last week I did a presentation at the Hill
Trying to do
City
something for the-
Senior Citizen Center on that disability and low income. And there's a couple programs that I talked about, but most of the folks that were there, they wouldn't qualify for the disabled and senior. The max income is 16,000 from all sources.
Yeah.
But they say, well, this isn't going to help us. And I said, well, it's good that's not going to help you, but I still, not having a cap on that, I really think that could cause some major problems down the road.
Budget-wise, too. All right, Gary, I'm gonna have you do approval of the
Okay,
vouchers. since
we've
that
got
is-
the vouchers, the amount of $2,375,487.58. Deb needs to abstain from one item on here, which has to do with the Price LLC.
Thank you. So I'll
Move for
abstain with,
approval.
I got it, pardon me?
sorry, I'll abstain, from the vote. I got $600, or from, I don't know how you say it.
Yep.
Kara, how
that's
do I
it.
have to say it?
You-
You're abstaining from just the $600
From the
one.
Price LLC,
abstaining
$600.
from the one item of it.
Yes.
So I have a motion from Commissioner LaCroix for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you. Item 22 is items from the public. You two would be public. If not, executive session. If I'm correct, John, motion to go into executive session pursuant to SDCL 1-25-2-1 for the purpose of discussing personnel matters.
Move to go into executive
Moved by DeSanto.
session.
Second.
Second by Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
I thought we weren't doing that.
Favor, say aye.
Motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
Motion by DeSanto, second by Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Adjourned by DeSanto, second by Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
Very good.